Okay, I would like to go ahead and call this meeting to order. This is a regular Flagstaff City Council meeting. Today is Tuesday, May 19th, 2020. I'd like to also just provide notice that the Flagstaff City Council has the option to recess into executive session for legal advice should we so choose to do so. With that, can we please have roll call?
Mayor Evans?
Present.
Vice Mayor Tillman?
Present.
Councilmember Aslan?
Present.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Here.
Councilmember Odegaard?
Present.
Councilmember Salas?
Present.
Councilmember Wheeler?
Present.
Well, it's good to hear from the entire council. At this time, Vice Mayor, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
It'd be my pleasure. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Aslan, can you please read our mission statement?
The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to enhance and protect all.
Thank you so much. I just want to verify with our city clerk, are we streaming?
As far as I know, yes. Yes, we are. I've gotten confirmation.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to go ahead and go down to item number 4. This is public participation for items that are not currently on our agenda. While we can listen and receive that input, we cannot respond back to anything that we might hear during this time because per legal advice, per the law. At this time, do we have anything for public participation, Ms. Strom?
Yes, we do, Mayor. We have a number of comments. The first one that I'll read is titled Rumors of Changes of Sewer Line Connection. My name is Mark Gerke, and I've been hearing rumors that there might be changes needed for the sewer lines around West Dale near the Upper Rio de Flag River flood changes. As I have a close association with several properties and lots near there, I have been hearing that changes to the sewer line connections might be required. I would appreciate knowing if sewer line changes are going to be required so that planning for payment and work of these changes can be done properly and with as the least hassle as possible. Thank you, Mark Gerke, Gerke Living Trust. The next email is titled Regarding the Prospect of a Citizen-Based Task Force for COVID-19 Recovery. Madam Mayor and City Council, I am writing to inquire about the prospect of any citizen-based task forces in consideration of COVID-19 recovery. As cities across the country are reopening, all are looking to find the best way to safely reopen state and local economies. Many cities are relying on citizen-based task forces to impact city planning in the various areas of the local economy and best practices to move forward with business practice, consumer care, and economic redevelopment. The benefits of such citizen-based task forces are multifold. Ensuring that stakeholders are involved in the co-management and cooperative management of local issues allows for the pursuit of a more equitable, efficient, and appropriate solutions, addressing local concerns from a diverse local perspective. As various knowledge and expertise frameworks are brought to the table, solutions are able to be more holistic, and cities are able to make better informed decisions that impact local citizenry. Such task forces also engage local populations in a way that leads to better understanding and thus acceptance of both decisions made and the processes and procedures that lead to those decisions. I would like to offer the District of Columbia's Reopen DC Task Force as an example of this in action during the COVID-19 crisis. The Reopen DC Task Force was a multi-industry-based group used to orchestrate local guidelines for reopening various segments of the economy. The work of this task force can be viewed at, and it includes a website that I can forward to the council after this meeting. While I understand the city relies on the governor's office and their issued guidelines and recommendations, it is important to note how local areas will be adaptively incorporated into local plans for reinvigorating the economy and recovering from this crisis. I am aware that the city has already started developing its recovery plan and look forward to the ongoing recovery roundtable discussions being held toward that end. I also look forward to my and other citizens' ability to offer any support or assistance we can as we move forward together through and hopefully beyond this crisis. I thank you for your time and consideration of this inquiry, and thank you for your ongoing efforts to see Flagstaff safely through these times. The next comment is titled City Guidelines Needed. Hello, I realize that the City of Flagstaff is following the state guidelines related to business reopening. I realize there are not orders in place requiring people to wear masks in public spaces. There should be, and I request the City of Flagstaff put in stricter guidelines for employees at restaurants and other businesses and clearer recommendations for citizens for the following reasons. 1. People are contagious 2 days before they may experience symptoms. Wearing a mask supports public health. 2. We likely have not experienced a quote-unquote peak with declining numbers in Flagstaff, and we border tribal lands where numbers are high. 3. Many citizens will not return to support local business until it feels safe. Being served takeout food by someone not wearing a mask or encountering a large number of people in store aisles not wearing masks feels unsafe and results in people not returning to public life. I believe we could experience stronger economic recovery if more citizens demonstrate care for public health. Thank you for consideration of this request. Sincerely, Emily McRobbie. The next is just titled Public Comment. I am writing to have on the record the opposition to Han Development Zoning Map Amendment from suburban commercial to high-density residential. This is on the northeast corner of Pine Knoll Drive and South Lone Tree Road. First off, are you kidding me? Here we are, yet again, the same story, different location in Flagstaff, but this time council and the planning and zoning should be doing everything in their power to deny this zoning change. Firstly, we do not have enough parking for what is already here. College students overflowing from NAU parking in our neighborhood, blocking our cars in our driveway, trash, noise, aggressive behavior when asked to move their cars when they are partying. No response from Flag PD when we call and ask them to shut parties down. We are south of the tracks, HUD, lower and middle class citizens in the neighborhood. We are without a voice or a champion. So per usual, the council will probably not fight for us, but allow another development that is not quote unquote multi-family, but for college students who all bring a car. It is bad enough the city let all NAUs, fraternities, and sororities to move into our neighborhoods, but having another large-scale development 1,000 feet from my home is the final straw. My kids can't even play or get in the car without an adult present because of the college kids driving 50 miles an hour in a 25-mile-an-hour road. Or a drunk driver that totaled my car hitting it parked in our driveway last year. 20-something hammered, what if my kid had been getting out? For once, please stand up and do what I voted you into office for. Stand up for those of us that can only afford to live in neighborhoods that are second home rentals for NAU college students. As usual, they will have half the amount of parking. Toting, they want to have them all walk or ride their bikes. Guess what? They don't. They pack 6 cars into a double-car driveway, and the rest spill out, choking our streets to the point that they can't even be plowed after a snowstorm. We are tired of sly words and fast money being thrown around by developers at the expense of the poor and middle class. Please do something. Coral, you ran on this platform. I am begging you and the rest of the council to not approve this zoning change. If left suburban commercial, they will be forced to build homes instead of college multiplexes. They hopefully will be forced to provide parking for every unit if this occurs. They are asking people to join a Zoom meeting. To what end? Let me give you some perspective and hopefully you will understand. Imagine being a frontline worker working in critical care during the COVID surge the last 8 weeks. Now imagine working 14 hours a day, 4 to 5 days a week, watching the unspeakable, emotionally and physically exhausted. You come home well after your children have been put to sleep. You pour yourself into bed and the bass begins to pound. It's one of several parties going on from 10 to 2 a.m. They screaming the trash, the cars racing up and down the street, the people outside your window screaming obscenities. You are awake now, on edge. You call Flag PD. They say they will come when they can. They don't. Another call and less sleep. This happened multiple times even after NAU closed. You have people in this neighborhood just like me, tired of it, not being able to sleep. To be rested enough to care for the sick and needy of our community because we are awake all hours of the night dealing with exactly what more high density. Yes.
Time is up.
Okay. This is from Kimberly Kaler. And I will go on to the next one. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I am Kathy Turner, and this evening I will highlight for you that there are frontline first responders that might go unnoticed in Flagstaff. As we all live in these times of COVID-19, a majority of citizens are staying at home, working from home, along with social distancing while wearing personal protective equipment to assure we flatten the COVID curve. I offer to you that those unnoticed frontline responders are diligently serving Northern Arizona's most vulnerable individuals. Arizona at Work has a comprehensive one-stop job center at 1701 North 4th Street inside the Department of Economic Security building. Arizona at Work Job Center is where essential services to Flagstaff constituents, as well as many folks in our greater Flagstaff area and Northern Arizona inclusive parts of the Navajo Reservation, are being delivered. Unemployment insurance assistance and federal pandemic unemployment insurance, FPUA, are access to services being delivered daily to those individuals laid off due to no fault of their own. On an average, each Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, more than 135 unemployed individuals are going to this job center to access computers so they can apply for or complete weekly claims for unemployment benefits. Just over 60 people go in on either a Thursday or Friday to accomplish the same goals, obtain some sort of an income during these hard times. This accounts for more than 500 individuals served weekly. Looking at historical data, an average of the last 6 months, September to February, there were 386 job seekers who walked through these doors monthly. In March, just more than 800 unemployed folks received assistance from these unnoticed frontline responders. First quarter of 2020, there were 1,528 served, while in April alone, there were 1,731. The unnoticed frontline responders I keep mentioning are the employees working with limited personal protection to serve area residents who do not have a computer nor sufficient cell phone capacity to access the AZ call center with unemployment questions or assistance. Not many individuals know that while they are working from home and social distancing, there are Arizona at Work staff members tirelessly serving at the job center and in the call center to assure that those who are unemployed have some form of income during these hard times. My plea is to you to stop by the 1701 North 4th Street, Arizona at Work Job Center, and thank these normally unnoticed frontline responders. Thank you for your attention and recognition of these otherwise unnoticed frontline responders during the nation's COVID-19 crisis. And that is the last general public comment.
Mayor, did we lose you?
Thank you so much. I was busy chatting with myself. Hi. So we are now down to item number 5. Item number 5 is our appointments. We have 2 groups of appointments to make tonight. The first one is item number 5A, consideration of appointments for the Beautification and Public Arts Commission. Staff's recommended action is that we make one appointment to a term that expires in June 2021 and 2 appointments to terms expiring in June 2023. First up would be Councilmember Aslan. Mr. Aslan?
I was chatting with myself, Mayor.
I was doing the same earlier.
Sorry, I was halfway through my recommendation of reappointing Sandra Labarsky, current sitting commissioner, for renewal, and as one of the 2 appointments expiring in 2023.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
There's been a motion made by Mr. Aslan with a second by the Vice Mayor to reappoint Sandra Labarsky to a term expiring in June 2023. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. Mr. Odegaard.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I nominate Michael Cruz to serve a term that expires in June of 2023.
Second, McCarthy.
There's been a motion made by Mr. Udegaard with a second by Mr. McCarthy to appoint Michael Cruz to a term that expires in June 2023. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. Ms. Salas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I nominate Carla McCord.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
So there's been a motion made to nominate Carla McCord for a appointment with a term expiring in June 2021 by Ms. Salas with a second by the Vice Mayor. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. The second one would be 5B. This is a consideration of an appointment to the Sustainability Commission. Staff's recommended action is that we make one appointment to a term expiring October 2021. That appointment assignment with myself, I'd like to go ahead and nominate Kirsten Kaufman for a term that would expire in October 2021. Is there a
This
second?
is Charlie. I second.
There's been a motion made by myself and a second by Mr. Odegaard for Ms. Kaufman. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. We're now down to item number 6. Item number 6 is routine items. The first item up is 16A. This is consideration and approval of insurance renewals. Staff's recommended action is that we accept the proposal submitted by the Arizona Municipal Risk Retention Pool in the amount of $1,018,337 and their proposal for workers' compensation in the amount of $749,738 for a total of $1,768,075, and that we renew the current airport liability, flood, and travel policies with existing carriers for $25,061 plus commission. Is there a motion?
Mayor, I move
This is
to
Charlie. I
accept.
approve 6A. Oops, sorry.
So I'm going to take Ms. Whelan as the motion with Mr. Odegaard as the second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion does carry. Thank you. We're now down to 6B. This is a consideration approval of a grant agreement. A grant agreement between the City of Flagstaff and the U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Aviation Administration for CARES Act funding for operational and maintenance expenses directly related to the Flagstaff Pulliam Airport. Staff's recommended action is that we approve this grant award in the amount of $18,134,294 for airport operational cost. Is there a motion?
Madam Mayor, this is Regina Salas.
Ms. Salas?
Yes, let's take that money.
I second that.
Yes, let's receive the money, the grant. Thank you.
I second that.
I heard Mr. Aslan as the second, but it seems like we're all going to jump on that. So I'm going to have Ms. Salas made a motion to approve this grant award. Mr. Aslan was a second on that. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Aslan.
So I just wanted to give voice to an open letter that we got from tenants at the airport. I don't know if this is the right time to really dive into this conversation, but I did find the letter very interesting and of concern. I'm sure there's more to the story, and I'm looking forward to having. Yes?
That would be the next item.
Oh, okay.
I believe that's where that would go.
Then I shall
Okay.
hold up. My apologies.
No worries. Is there any further discussion?
Yes,
Oh.
Madam Mayor, I have a question to the city manager or Miss Lacey BK.
Yes, Ms. Salas.
Oh, I think that question goes to the other item for the rent, the lease. Yeah. I'll hold
Okay.
that question. Yeah. Thank you.
Ms. Whelan?
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a question, and I'm referring to number 3 on the airport grant agreement. Number 3 states that this money could be used for direct salaries and wages. So my question is, what does that mean to our city budget? Will salaries be taken from this grant rather than the general fund? And for what period of time?
Hi, Mayor and Council. This is Stacy Brecklin-Aggs, Grants and Contracts Manager, and I know Barney Helmick, our Airport Director, and Heidi Hansen, our Economic Vitality Director, are on the line, can also assist. But you are correct. This can be used for payroll, and we have it available for all airport staff, meaning the air rescue staff, the airport staff that are there, and potentially our police officers that work to do our screening and check stations. And so we can use that for a period of 4 years, and that will offset and help the general fund. And I'll let Heidi or Barney, if they want to chime in on that.
Stacy, you answered it. Thank you.
And
Actually, Mayor, Vice
thank
Mayor,
you.
Council members, Heidi Hansen, Economic Vitality Director. The only thing I will add that you will know is that the staff is still working on how we plan to use the $18.1 million, and that will be coming back to you at a later date in its entirety.
Ms. Whelan?
Thank you very much, Stacy and Heidi. I appreciate that. And Heidi, will that number be coming back to us also? 4 years of salaries, or will that be a specific plan?
Yes.
Thank
We will show you all the areas that we are generating that need assistance at the airport, including personnel. We'll be showing you that there was a spreadsheet that Stacy Breckler started for the team that is doing this. Thank you, Stacy. And Barney and his team are adding to it. We will definitely be bringing that back to you after we also share that with the city manager. But we definitely don't have it ready for this meeting, but it's urgently being worked on. And we're making sure we cover all our bases. Stacy had us on a call with our consultant from FAA last week, making sure that we knew exactly what we were permitted and not permitted to use this on, and that will be addressed in that council meeting as well.
Well, thank you, Heidi. Even though these are challenging times, I would imagine this exercise that you all are diving into could be exciting also.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any further comments on 6B? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. We're now down to item number 6C. This is consideration approval of lease amendments. This is amendment of Flagstaff Airport leases to abate rent for at least 6 months due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Staff's recommended action is that we approve lease amendments with the following lessees to abate rent. This would be American Airlines, United Airlines, Wiseman Aviation, fixed base operator, Wiseman Aviation, hangar offices. Previous leasee was the Peabody Western Coal, Enterprise Car Rental, Alamo Car Rental, and National Car Rental, Hertz Corporation, Rental Car, Avis Corporation, Avis Budget Rental Car, and Air Cafe. We have several comments, I think questions on this particular item. We also have a public comment card. I'm going to start with Mr. Aslan, then go to Ms. Salas, and then go to Mr. Odegaard. Mr. Aslan?
Thank you, Mayor. So just to be totally transparent with you guys, I'm not entirely sure what the connection is between this tenant letter and item 6C is. I mean, I have some understanding of it, but I think what I wanted to raise goes beyond that, but this is probably the appropriate time to mention it. So this letter came to my inbox just an hour ago. I haven't had a lot of time to really ruminate on it or follow up on it. And really what I'd like to do is just make sure that we create some space to address the concerns that are enumerated in this letter, whether or not they go back to how we're spending that $18 million. And, you know, I have no reason to believe that these folks haven't written this letter in good faith and in full truthfulness in terms of the hardships and frustrations that they're experiencing. But I do know that there's always, you know, the full story is going to be something much more three-dimensional than what we've received here in the last hour. But the contents of the letter are, as you know, the details of which are concerning enough on their own that I think they should be given some space and be addressed in the appropriate manner as we move on down the future. So I just wanted to lift that up and create some space for that. Again, how that really ties into the larger discussion of item 6C with rate abatement and COVID-19. I'm not fully clear on what those connections are, but I appreciate the opportunity to give voice to the concerns that we've been handed.
Did you want to talk about the letter?
This letter, which we just received today, and I haven't had a chance to follow up, you know, with the city manager and with Heidi over at Economic Development. I'm sure they have some responses they're able to give to that. But it just seemed like the proper moment to bring it to light.
I'm not sure that everybody has seen the letter, Mr. Aslan, and the public also doesn't know what the letter contains. Did you want to expand on what the main point of concerns in the letter?
Well, thank you. I will try to do that and summarize this. And it looks like Economic Development hasn't even seen the letter. So I apologize if this feels a little bit like a coming sideways at us. But the letter in general makes the case that hangar tenants, as business owners and professionals, are concerned about some safety aspects of the hangars. For example, the reliability of the operation of the garage doors, electrical concerns. And there's a conversation in here about, you know, a lot of these concerns have been brought to airport management's attention in the past, and they feel that they are not being addressed to the extent that they need to be. And this is, of course, wrapped into just a sort of larger call or push to have some of that $18 million directed towards airport safety and maintenance of the hangars, and maybe a couple other tenant concerns in here. And that's the best I can do in terms of summarizing it just off the cuff, only having been familiar with it for the past hour.
Mayor,
thank you, Ms. Aslan. I wanted to call. Okay, thank you, Mr. Aslan. I wanted to call on Ms. Hansen to maybe respond to that.
Yes, sorry, Mayor, that I jumped the gun. Mayor, Councilmember Aslan, we have had ongoing hangar tenant meetings for over 2 years where we invite the tenants to come to a meeting. We normally get anywhere from 5 to about 10. And we had our ARF operations manager, Tim Skinner, and our administrative specialist create a spreadsheet on what their hangar needs were. We went as far as to actually have airport staff person go into a hangar with any hangar tenant that wanted that and write down all the things that were possibly needing repair on the hangar. And we also had a survey that went out to them. We compiled all that and put it on a spreadsheet, and we have been addressing what we can. And there have been times that we have to address what is the biggest issue because we did have a lack of funding. Now that we have the grant, these hangar issues will be added to that spreadsheet that you will be seeing, and we will be addressing them hopefully in their entirety. But again, it was a lack of funds that we had each year. The ones that we were getting, which every year the budget team did allocate some funding, we were handling the biggest issues first, and then moving through that. So just let you know, and rest assured with the person on that letter that we are handling it.
Thank you, Heidi.
Thank you. We're going to go to Ms. Salas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Heidi, thank you for that crystal explanation. And if I mean, for transparency's sake, if I would request Council Member Aslan to share that letter to send it to the city manager, and the city manager then can send it to all of us.
Councilmember Salas, it shows here that it went to mayor and council, so I presume that everybody got it. And again, it's only an hour old.
Okay, because I'm searching through my inbox, I couldn't find it.
I did receive it. Thank you.
Okay.
It's from Mr. Wallace.
Okay, I'll search again. My question is to the city manager and Miss Stacy BK. Are we able to recover the cost through the grant?
Hi, this is Stacy Brecklin-Eggs, Grants Contracts Manager. Actually, what's going to happen with this is that we just won't be receiving that revenue from those lease agreements. However, the grant is going to pay for any operational costs, so they'll basically, yes, it will cover using this $18 million for our operation costs. Hope that answers your question.
Yes, you did. Thank you. With that, Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Ms. Salas, can you hold off on that motion? We do have a couple of other council members and public comment.
Okay.
And then I'll come back to you to make the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Maybe either Barney or Heidi maybe could answer, or maybe Stacy BK can answer the question. I believe airlines received some fundings already through the CARES Act. I know some was for payroll protection items, but was there also funding available through like operations with routes and facilities where airports like ours would be getting some of that CARES Act dollars through that route instead of through what we just did we received that grant dollars from the previous action item. So that's my question is, will airlines be using dollars they have from the CARES Act reimbursing airports for rentals or things like that?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, this is Barney Helmick. There is a CARE Act program that the airlines signed to. The primary funding that they're receiving is through a program that I don't remember what the acronym is, but it's called a PSP. It is to cover their employee salaries. During the period up through September, they're not to furlough any employees. Besides that, what they received is loans. They did not receive anything to cover their other operational costs. And part of this program for us is to cover what lost revenue we get from people like that, or businesses, like that.
And if I may add, Mayor, Councilmember Odegaard, we have just completed a council report to you in regards to that very question. It just got to Jessica Drum, I think a little while ago, so she hasn't had time to send it out, explaining that Barney did do his due diligence from your question that was raised, I believe, by Councilmember Whelan last week about the airlines. So what Barney is saying is what we found from the airlines is that what they have received is to only cover personnel costs at this time. And as far as the rental cars, they have not received any CARE Act money.
Okay, thank you, Heidi, and thank you, Barney, very much. That was helpful.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'd really like to see that document that was just mentioned by Heidi. But given the fact that the funding isn't necessarily helping with other operations, that is helpful information. I am struggling with this. I am having issues with just, supporting these larger agencies when I feel like we should be supporting just more of a local lens and smaller efforts in general.
Vice Mayor, we cannot hear you.
Oh my gosh. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm so sorry about that. I was just saying, I struggle with us supporting these larger entities, and I'm curious to hear how the rest of the council feels about this. But yeah, I'm struggling with this one. I don't know. I don't feel comfortable with us moving forward with this. Thank you.
Ms. Whelan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In my brief and minimal research into this, I know that American Airline had 25 billion. Avis, I'm not sure of. Enterprise, not sure of. Hertz asked for 1.5 billion in bailout. United Air was given 5 billion. And it was also noted that they found a loophole to reduce employee pay. So I'm not feeling real positive. I think Air Cafe and Wiseman, those are local businesses, and I do understand that with the Avis and budget, in that we have local people who own the franchise. So, there might be a little wiggle room with rentals, but quite frankly, the larger airlines, I'm not willing to okay that unless someone can talk me out of it. So, thank you.
I'm going to go to Ms. BK, followed by Ms. Hanson.
Hi, Mayor and Council, Stacey Breckland-Eggs. Just a couple items, and then I'm sure Heidi can join in. This is a local decision. We have received guidance from FAA that it is truly a local decision. They're allowing each airport to handle it on its own. And then also I wanted to bring your attention to the executive summary, the additional extensions that if this was to get approved, you would have to make a decision on which option you wanted, number one or number two. Number one being that if we were to do any additional extensions could be approved by the city manager, or option two would have to go to council for any additional extensions. Thank you.
I'd like to go to Ms. Hanson.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, if I may share what you would find in the CCR that I apologize didn't get to you sooner. We've been working on it, and we had a lot of people to go through. But if I could just read 2 paragraphs that you would have found on there to maybe help you understand our rationale on this request. And again, you will make your decisions based on what you have in front of you. But if you don't mind, Mayor, I think this might help you understand our rationale. And it reads, the city's goal in assisting our airlines is to sustain our 2 carriers that we have worked years to obtain for Flagstaff business and leisure travel. When Horizon Air left our market, staff spent years attending airline conferences, establishing and implementing marketing strategies, adding enhancements to our airport terminal, and more in order to secure additional service and keep our current service. During that time, we've shared with several airlines the growth of our university and student population, our top 20 employers, our visitation, and our advancing business sectors. These factors all played a key role in the service we currently have received with American and United. In order to have our smaller airport continue receiving airline service, we need to be the best partners we can be so they will continue to invest in Flagstaff by offering these routes. The airlines are having to make hard decisions on where they can continue service, and the larger hubs will more than likely receive most of the routes, the pilots, and the planes. Therefore, Flagstaff needs to remain competitive and show we understand the dilemma they are all facing, and that we are willing to work with them during this unprecedented time. It's important to also note that the airline service and car rental agencies also assist in getting our visitors to the Grand Canyon National Park, which is an overall economic driver for our community. The Grand Canyon has no nightlife amenities, and we are fortunate to have so many visitors take a day trip to this natural wonder and to choose to spend their evenings in Flagstaff. So basically what we're trying to share with you is that we did not go into these recommendations to bring forward to you lightly. We have spent years trying to get this service, and we feel that right now it would be in our best interest to try to continue to help them through this time. These airlines have experienced a 94% decline in employments. And I think that even when you hear the billions of dollars, it's a lot of people that they're talking about that they are basically having to try to keep staffed, and planes that they have to keep maintained, and the list goes on. So I hope that that helps you understand why we would even bring this forward to you. This work has gone on for years. I have been part of it. Barney has been part of it since he came aboard the Team Flagstaff, and Stacy has been with us along the whole way. And we are just trying our best to continue to have service in place for our community.
I have a question. Mr. Helmick?
Yes, Mayor.
Go ahead, and then I have a follow-up question.
I would like to make the comment to council that we're not here as much to protect a large business corporation, but to protect our community assets. Air service here is an asset to our community, not just for tourism, but for our business partners. And the loss of that asset could have a very negative long-term impact on us. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a question to Ms. Hanson. Did these individuals come to us and ask for a abatement of rent?
Yes.
So all of the organizations, American Airlines, United Airlines, they all asked for that?
Correct.
And is this something that other municipalities are doing as well?
Yes. It's again, like Stacy Breckler-Nags, our grants and contracts manager, shared. It is it's up to the community. It's a local decision, and some who aren't doing it might have a reason why they aren't, and some that are choosing to do it might have a reason. Some of the reasons, like I just shared with you, for wanting to do it or for wanting to recommend it.
Got it. Okay, I believe we have a public comment card on this. Ms. Drum?
Yes. This is titled Airport Rent Abatement. To whom it may concern. It has come to my attention that rent abatement is in consideration for some of the rental tenants at Flagstaff Airport. I am a business owner, Mountain Pediatric Dentistry, located in Flagstaff, Cottonwood, and Lakeside, and we employ over 30 Flagstaff citizens and have been equally affected by the COVID-19 outbreak. My question is, why are all tenants not being allowed to be forgiven from their rental for a period of time? My hangar is an integral part of my business and allows my plane to be ready at a moment's notice to help me get to my patients. Through these tough times, my office, has had to close to be able to provide PPE for our hospitals. I would hope that the city would not forget the small business owners at the airport during these difficult times, considering the airport was awarded around $18 million. I'm hoping that this money could be used to improve infrastructure of the hangars I pay over $300 a month and would expect my enclosed hangar to protect my plane. However, during winter months, snow continuously blows in through the roof, covering my wings. This could be catastrophic to flight if not caught. Also, during rain and ice storms, water continuously flows into the hangar, causing an ice rink and water issues under the plane. Thank you. Dr. Kurt Robertson.
Was that it?
That was the only comment we have on this topic, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Drum. Mr. McCarthy?
Well, thank you, Mayor. I've been listening to this conversation, and here's my thoughts. Last week, Jamie Whalen asked for some details about what might be considered double dipping. In other words, to the airlines, are they already getting paid? And then we'd be giving them rent when they're getting paid. And we've heard a partial response to that from Heidi. And I wrote an email to the city manager earlier this week saying that I would be very interested in details in that regard. We haven't got those details, or we've got them at a very late date where we haven't had time to study them. We got a letter from us in the mail, which some of you have seen, some of you have not, which basically says there's some serious problems out there, that the doors fall down and are dangerous. There's huddling under 220 volt where people have to stand, and they're literally scared to push the button to operate the doors for safety reasons. We just heard a public comment about someone saying, well, maybe some of the other people should get rent abatement too. So here's the bottom line. I'm going to make a motion that we table this until the next regular meeting, which I believe would be 2 weeks, so that staff can complete the work, give us a good presentation, and that way the people that I've heard on council that are not too sure which way they want to go on this, I think if we get more information by tabling this for 2 weeks, that people could make a rational decision to either vote for it or against it. So I think if it goes forward tonight, I will vote no on it. But I anticipate that if we can get some minor changes to it and some more thorough discussion, I would be able to vote yes on it. And that's my hope, because I think this probably does have some merit, but I don't have enough data to convince myself of that. So my motion is, if we get a second, hopefully, that we will table this until the next regular meeting, which I believe is 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. I'm going to go to Ms. Salas next, because she was waiting to make a motion, and see if she'd be willing to provide the second, and then her comment, and then move to Mr. Aslan. Ms. Salas?
Whoops. Thank you, Mayor. I am willing to make a second to Mr. McCarthy's on based on a couple of things. First, for the record, I did not receive the email that Council Member Aslan referenced. I checked 5 times on my cell phone and my computer. There was no email that went into my inbox. Second, I need to hear from the other lessees, the locals, and ask staff to come up with a more updated list of the lessees who will be granted rent abatement. And then third, I'm gonna ask mayor and council to put the hat on of a business owner. Okay, this is not a question of choosing a big company to a small local company. This is about extending this privilege, since we have been granted the federal budget, is to grant this privilege of rent abatement like a property owner. And that should be extended to all lessees. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salas. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to stop and go to the city attorney. That needs to just a clarification on the motion that Mr. McCarthy made. So he's going to ask for clarification. Mr. McCarthy, if you could clarify it. We're going to go back to Ms. Salas to make sure she wants to be a second on it. Then we're going to go to Ms. Whelan. Then we're going to go to Mr. Aslan. We're going to stop and go to Ms. Drum, and then I'm going to come back to Ms. Hanson. Okay? So, city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a clarification on the motion to table. Under the rules of procedure, if a motion to table is made, no further discussion of either the motion to table or the item can be had. And so it might be easier if it's a motion to postpone to the first regular meeting in June. I know that's a technicality, but I just want to make sure we're consistent with the rules. So if Mr. McCarthy is willing to do that, and Ms. Salas is willing to second that, then I think that would be fine.
As a matter of clarification, my motion is to table this item until the first regular meeting in June.
Postpone. Actually, to postpone.
Postpone is the word I meant.
Perfect. Thank you.
So I should say postpone as opposed, don't use the word table. Is that correct?
Correct.
So I move to postpone until the first meeting in June.
I second.
Okay, so now we're going to go to Ms. Whelan, followed by Mr. Aslan.
Point of order. Point
Yes.
of order. I believe the city attorney just said, correct me if I'm wrong, Sterling, that what we need to do now is vote on the motion to postpone, and then we will postpone it, and we should not have any more discussion. I'm not opposed to it, but I'm just wonder what the technicalities are. Sterling?
If we table it.
Thank you. It was when it was a motion to table. That word table is a term of art under our rules of procedure. Now that you've changed it to a motion to postpone, discussion is allowed.
All right. Thank you for the clarification.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we're all clear. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Ms. Whelan. After Ms. Whelan, I'm going to take Mr. Aslan, followed by Ms. Drum, who has another public participation card. We will then go back to Ms. Hanson. Okay, Ms. Whelan?
Madam Mayor, your ability to herd cats is pretty amazing. So with that being said, I do need more information, and I thank you for this motion. Within that information, I would also like to see a graph showing what the emplanements were and what they are currently, how many flights we're running, so I'm able to compare. Because right now, with my little calculator, Um, last year, American Airlines said 133,000 people were employed. If you divide that into 25 billion, that's about 187,000. Now, if each employee is going to get that, then I'd be happy to approve this 300,000. But I'm not sure. So I do need further information. So thank you.
Okay, Mr. Aslan?
Herding cats indeed. Councilmember Whelan is right. Mayor Evans is the Tiger Queen, as it were.
I love it.
So yeah, I really appreciate Vice Mayor Shimoni and Councilmember Whelan and Mr. McCarthy bringing up their concerns here. I think that was a brave thing to do, and I share those concerns. I would like to see these airlines very much succeed here in Flagstaff, and I'm glad we're postponing this. I would like to see more information. I think there's definitely an existential threat to item 6C right now, and it's very important to get more information and to hear from more people on this. So I'm looking forward to continuing the conversation in a few weeks. I do think it's important to share with everybody that I'm really struggling with getting to yes on this one.
So while I have you, Mr. Aslan, I'm just trying to get consensus regarding the additional information that's needed. Mr. McCarthy and Ms. Whelan have both indicated information that they feel is needed. Are you in agreement with that?
Absolutely.
Okay. We're now going to go to Ms. Drum.
Thank you. The next comment is as follows. To whom it may concern, I have been a tenant at the Flagstaff Airport for many years now. My airplane is an integral part of my business operations. It allows me to reach further and cover areas of the state that otherwise would not be possible by vehicle. As true of many businesses during this pandemic, my business has seen a 70% decrease in revenues so far. I'm happy to know that the Flagstaff Airport has received the $18.1 million grant. I'm hopeful that much of the money will be used to finally catch up on the deferred maintenance list of deficiencies and improvements needed in the GA section of the airport. Finally, if you are providing rent abatements to the businesses on the field, I would hope that you would fairly consider me as part of that list. The hangar tenants represent a monthly revenue amount equivalent to those businesses specifically named in today's agenda. I also didn't see Guardian Air or DPS considered for rent abatement. Furthermore, I have heard that there's talk of increasing the GA hangar rents this year. I certainly hope that is not the case. Best regards, Adam Dable. And that is the last comment.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hanson.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, just so you know, if you want to postpone this, that is fine. Everything that was just brought forward by public comment and from all of you was being looked at and is continuing to be looked at and was going to be added to our spreadsheet. The reason we did not include hangar tenants to this degree today was because we have not been able to have that larger conversation, and we were handling the tenants, the airlines, and the rental car agencies that had reached out to us first. So I needed you to understand that we do have that, our eye on the ball, and we are handling that. If you want to postpone this, we will not have the employment numbers that Councilmember Whelan needs at the first part of June, I believe, in order to do the graph and everything that she needs. Barney can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that I'm not sure that we're going to have those figures to show. We'll have April finally, but we won't have May, I believe. Barney, can you correct me if that's true?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Heidi, yes, that's correct. We will be able to provide through April. May will not be available until about June 8th or 9th, and it's actually been running a little bit slower since the cutback.
And I'd also would, if we're working with the tenants, we can definitely share with you that we know that there are issues with the hangars, and we have been actively working on those. We can share that with you. But we also don't know, and this is a discussion that you guys are probably going to want to have, or maybe you don't want to have. We would have to get back to you on how many tenants out there are using their planes for business and or for pleasure. I don't know if that has any bearing on your decision on rent abatement as well. So these are the things that City Manager Clifton was asking details on, and I'm just trying to throw out some of the things that we would need to know that you need to know.
Ms. Whelan?
Thank you. And Ms. Hanson and Barney, I want you to know that I hear your concern about retaining what we have out there. And I'm not taking that lightly. Perhaps maybe coming back with, rather than 6-month option, we have several options, or something along with that information. I would like to at least have 2 months of information. So I would love to see the April and May. And I hear what you're saying, that would not be back until June. Could you tell me when your tenants need to know about this?
Mayor, Councilmember Whelan, I think they were hoping to know, the reason why we brought these tenants, this group of tenants to you now, was because they've been waiting for, I think it's been 8 weeks they've been asking for this. And the biggest concern that we have, which is why we brought these forward and didn't bring everything forward that we're doing, is because, for instance, United Airlines has let us know that they're going from their 7 days, or their 2 flights a day, 7 days a week, to, I believe Barney can correct me, I think it's to 3 days now. So we were working quickly, hoping that we don't lose service. But again, we don't know if that's the reason why they're lessening the days. They probably are lessening the days for many reasons, and that is basically because they also aren't filling planes right now. So this is the reason why we kind of broke this up, and we apologize that we didn't make that clearer at the beginning.
Thank you, Heidi.
So, Ms. Whelan, just to be clear, in understanding your information request and understanding that it's not likely we will have all that information, what information do you feel that you need for the conversation?
Well, I would like to see the effect of what this COVID has done to employments. And if you believe that you can sum that up in May's numbers and maybe the beginning part of April, that would be wonderful.
Okay. Mr. McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify what I'm interested in, I just want to get numbers on, I'll just call it double dipping. Are we, paying them money that they've already saved some other way? Maybe they have, maybe they haven't, but I'm interested in that. I'm interested in, are we going to include general aviation in this free rent for a while? And if Heidi wants to break that down by commercial and just, recreational flights, maybe we can do that too. And then a plan on, is some of this money going to go towards some of the money we got in the previous item going to go towards some of the repairs and the critical maintenance that apparently is needed? I don't know that it is, but apparently it is, at the hangars out there for the general aviation. And I don't need a detailed plan of that. Obviously, that would be impossible in a couple of weeks. But a general, commitment that, we will put some money towards such and such. Those are the things that I will be interested in assuming this gets, what's the word, delayed? Not tabled, but
Postponed.
Postponed. That's the word I want. So that's what I'm looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. I see that we have a comment from Mr. Clifton. Then we have the Vice Mayor. Then we have Mr. Aslan. Then I'm going to have the final comment, and we're going to vote. Mr. Odegaard, then I'm going to actually get to speak, and then we're just going to vote and move to the next item. Okay? Mr. Clifton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. Thank you for a thoughtful discussion. We'd just like to point out that we are in a climate of rapidly changing circumstances. And while we want to make sure Council is equipped with all the information you seek to render a decision, just please be mindful that things are changing all the time. So we will include all the information on employments, but that number is changing rapidly, as Heidi has pointed out. And to Mr. McCarthy's comment of just now, the answer is yes. Of course, the revenues coming in, the funds coming in rather, from the CARES Act grant will indeed be used for a lot of operational costs, not the least of which are repairs and upgrades, or repairs primarily, and deferred maintenance to the hangars. I also want to echo the comment earlier that we're only advancing this at this time with the information we have, because things have been rather stagnant at the airport for several weeks now, and businesses are hurting. So there is urgency to this, and we want to equip Council with all the information we have, that this could very well be a situation at the next meeting where a decision is going to be needed without the benefit of having all the information that would be convenient. We're just not in that kind of time frame at this moment. We may be a few months down the road, we'll have the benefit of some hindsight, and we'll have some real numbers to put on the table for you, but right now we do not have that.
Okay, I see Mr. Aslan.
Thank you, Mayor. So just to clarify what I'm hoping to see more of in the next couple of weeks, in addition to what has already been mentioned, one of my biggest concerns about all this is it feels like a can of worms is opening. We have abatements being proposed for some, but perhaps not all leasees at the airport. I would like to see a number that includes a scenario in which we provide that same abatement across the board to all of our leasees equally. What would that number look like? And there may have been something else, but if I remember it here in a minute, I will email that out to the appropriate folks. Can't think of it right now. Sorry. I should have written it down.
Mr. Odegaard.
Oh, yeah, no, I remember, Mayor. I'm sorry. I wanted to echo Councilmember Whelan's advice that we have a couple more options to consider than just the two that we have before us today. My apologies.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to the Vice Mayor because I skipped him. My apologies, Vice Mayor. Then I'm going to go to Mr. Odegaard. Mr. McCarthy has a very brief thing to say, and then it'll go to me.
Thank you, Mayor, and no worries about that at all. Yeah, I also would like to see the information about the different leases at the airport, broken down between business and leisure. I'd also like to see more information about the numbers and the different funding supports and allocations that are going around that are supporting these larger agencies. And as was said, I also would like to see us view more options in making this decision. That's all for now. Thank you. And I support us postponing this.
Mr. Odegaard?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not in support of postponing this. The reason why is this mostly has to do with the rent that will cover operations at the airport. And we just made a previous decision on 6B with the CARES funding for operations. We just saw a thing coming in for rent abatement for the identifying items in 6C for looks like $200,000. I think we've gotten off track on this subject. So I am not a favor of postponing anything. I think we have the information we need to make a decision. And with the dollars that are in play here are going to be covered from the previous action item we just approved. And time is really of the essence. We work so hard to get these two airlines to come to Flagstaff to offer the flights. And then for us to kind of get sideways on this issue, I don't believe it's appropriate. So if the majority does want, I'll be voting no of any postponement because I was ready to move forward on this item. So thank you, Mayor.
Can't hear anything, Mayor.
Mr. McCarthy?
I agree with Charlie that time is of the essence. So I would like to point out that the rent abatements can be retroactive. In other words, we can say starting at any given date, May 1st or whatever, rents are free from for a given period. Thank you.
Okay, so I know that we have a motion on the table by Ms. McCarthy to postpone with the second by Ms. Salas.
I guess I just leave it right now.
There's two things I guess I want to just make sure that I say before we move on. First, I wanted to say thank you to Stacy BK and Sarah and everyone else who helped secure this $18+ million grant. What is interesting is that we actually have the ability to discuss, argue, or debate how to spend the money when for the past at least decade, the federal government has not funded airlines. And so a lot of what we hear when it comes to the hangars and stuff, water pooling and all that is because the federal government has not given grants to airlines, has not funded airlines, especially small airlines, for at least a decade. So it's exciting to be here to be able to have this fully vetted conversation. I want to say that I've been here since 2008, and I understand the importance that has gone into securing our second airline and, quite frankly, saving our first airline. And so I want to make sure that Heidi and Barney and the rest of the staff hear that and understand that. What I hear when I hear council talking is really a different type of debate that's going on here locally, statewide, and nationally. Especially because we're talking specifically about American Airlines and United Airlines and not really talking about the other entities that are on this list. I think the reason why council is pointing out those two airlines has more to do with the broader conversation that so far with COVID-19, it seems that the monies have gone to larger corporations and that the mom and pops, the backbone of our smaller communities, are fighting with everything they can to try to get some relief, and they are not getting the relief that they need. Yet when you read in the news, this airline got X amount of billions, and this other airline got X amount of billions, and then the mom and pop restaurant or store or something here in town, they actually just need a couple thousand in order to make their rent and in order to make payroll. So I think that's really the conversation that we were having. And it's just targeting these two corporations because they are on this list. I think that when you come back with the information that shows, and that's something that I wanted to see, the fact that, if you did get billions, it didn't go to rate abatement. It went to making sure people had jobs. And now this is something that we can do with our $18 million to help secure our airlines, the jobs that are associated with those airlines. I do think that it's very important that when it comes back, we're speaking to the small businesses that are there too. And I realized that staff was very clear, hey, we're going to get to that. We're coming back with that. We were always going to do that. But again, it's been 8 weeks, without a doubt. It has been 8 weeks. And the smaller businesses seem to be the second phase or the second thought. when it's really the smaller businesses that need the money and the relief now. So I hope when this comes back next week, the following week, whenever it's coming back, it includes the smaller businesses that are there, and it includes abatement for those individuals too, so we can just move forward with this. We have one more public comment, and then I'm going to call for the vote. Ms. Drum.
Thank you, Mayor. And we actually just got another one, so it will be 2 public comments. The first one is as follows. Airport rent abatement grant considerations. The airport tenants of Flagstaff Airport occupying the smaller hangars also use our aircraft in the course of doing business that is of great benefit to the local economy. Many of us employ people in high-paying positions that would not be possible without being able to utilize our aircraft to conduct business. Many of us have been greatly impacted by the shutdown and have been unable to continue in business as usual. The tenant base provides a significant portion of the airport budget. Yet, myself have been subject to rent increases during my personal tenure of over 33%. This far exceeds the COLA adjustment normally used to justify rent increases. The upshot to all this, while certain select big businesses are being considered for rent abatement, small businesses such as ourselves are not being considered at all. In fact, the city is going to be raising our rents in July. Big business again triumphs over small business in the manner in which the government aid is being spent. For the last 2 years, the tenant base has been trying to get the city to correct serious issues in the physical condition of the hangars. Nearly all of our concerns have been put to us due to lack of funds. However, the city found the money to make a video production to entice airlines to come to Flagstaff. This was 3 years prior to the current influx of airline service and did not serve any useful outcome. That money would have been better spent to actually do corrections to the facilities that constitute actual safety hazards and extreme liability to the city. The city has already had 1 injury lawsuit over the conditions and violations. The condition the city was sued over still exists. The hangars still leak due to multiple defects in the roof and doors, which turns to ice in the winter. Since the lighting in the hangars is old and nearly non-functional in the wintertime. People cannot even see the ice slip and end up gravely injured. The tenants as a whole have generated an open letter to the council and mayor outlining the defects and our concerns. Please read it. We would also like the city to consider some actual airport infrastructure improvements, additions to data services such as the FAA's ADS-B ground stations, and Wi-Fi for the flight crews. This would greatly enhance the air safety to obtain weather and file instruments for flight plans. We would like to see enhancements in the tower as well. The Flagstaff Tower presently has no ability to see traffic. It relies on aircraft reporting their position or an actual visual sighting by the tower personnel. With the additional airline traffic and increased student pilot training filtering up from the valley, our traffic density has greatly increased. Without some kind of link into the approach radar or an ADS-B ground station, the tower is essentially blind. This is a formula for a tragic accident. However, when the tenants put this forward, it has not advanced in any fashion. As a former airport commissioner, yes.
Time is up.
Okay, I will go to the next comment. Excuse me, sorry, I opened up the wrong one. Dear City Council, I am a private aircraft owner and a tenant at the Flagstaff Airport. I lease hangar A4 and have based my airplane at the airport for over 10 years. Born and raised in Flagstaff, I have used the airport regularly my entire life. I am also a loyal customer of Weissman Aviation's FBO services. My plane is a very important tool in my job and personal life. I use it frequently to commute throughout northern Arizona and southern Utah. I work directly for the commercial whitewater rafting industry at the Grand Canyon National Park. I am also an aerial photographer and am active in the general aviation community. Our rafting businesses have been shuttered since April 1st as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and the closure of the Grand Canyon National Park and the Colorado River. Our small recreational industry of 16 river companies has lost 221 river trips, laid off over 550 river guides and other employees, and have lost approximately $19 million in lost gross revenue thus far. I was informed that the City Council meeting today would discuss and possibly take action on various staff recommendations for various temporary lease adjustments for financial relief or rent abatement at the Flagstaff Airport for certain commercial tenants, but not all tenants. I would request that the general aviation community and local tenants at the airport be given the same consideration and benefit of temporary rent relief or other similar financial aid as well. I realize my impact to the overall budget and operations at the Flagstaff Airport may seem small in the big picture, but me and many like me have been dramatically impacted by this pandemic and economic shutdown as well. Collectively, we all make up a vital part of the airport operations, budget, and our community, and it is important to recognize that contribution. I would also hope that the CARE Act money coming into the Flagstaff Airport will be appropriately used on improvements to the areas that are regularly used by the general aviation community. Most infrastructure and maintenance of the GA hangars have been neglected for years. I'm sorry, was I out of time there?
No, you're good.
Oh, okay, sorry. And it would be great to see the necessary improvements made soon. Lastly, a huge shout out to the wonderful staff and general manager of our airport. They do a terrific job and are not often recognized for their effort. They are much appreciated. Submitted respectfully, John Dillon, Cessna Skylane, N2347R. And that is the last comment on this topic.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion on the table made by Ms. McCarthy with a second by Ms. Salas. If there is no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
This is Charlie, and no.
Okay, so that motion carries. Thank you all for the discussion. Okay, we are now down to item number D. This is consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2020-12, an ordinance of the Flagstaff City Council of the City of Flagstaff temporarily suspending section 8-001-001-0002 of the City Code pertaining to sidewalks, providing for severability, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date. Staff's recommended action is that we read ordinance number 2020-12 by title only for the final time, and adopt ordinance number 2020-12. I'm going to go to Mr. Overton first, and then Ms. Whelan.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. This item is the second and final read for the sidewalk suspension of the fees to our property owners. And I would also like to make a comment on the next item, E, if possible, but I will take any questions if you have any on this one.
Okay, Ms. Whelan?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to read ordinance number 2020-12 by title only for the final time.
Second, Jim McCarthy.
There's been a motion made by Ms. Whelan and a second by Mr. McCarthy to read ordinance number 2020-12 by title only for the final time. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Were you opposed, Ms. Salas? You were in support?
I'm an aye support.
Thank you. That motion carries. Thank you.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff temporarily suspending section 8-01-001-0002 of the City Code pertaining to sidewalks, providing for severability, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date.
Ms. Whelan?
Mayor, I'd like to move to adopt ordinance 2020-12.
Second, McCarthy.
There's been a motion made by Ms. Whelan and a second by Mr. McCarthy to adopt ordinance number 2020-12. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. We're now down to item number E. This is a consideration and approval of a construction manager at risk CMAR construction services contract for the annual street maintenance and overlay and chip seal program 2020 to C&E Paving and Grading LLC in the amount of $5,627,422.10. Staff's recommended action is that we approve this program and that we approve the owner's contingency of $138,000, which is approximately 2.5% of the GMP, for a total contract award of $5,627,422.10, and we authorize the city manager to execute the necessary documents. Is there a motion?
This is McCarthy. I move to approve item 6E as read.
Second by Charlie.
There's been a motion made by Mr. McCarthy with a second by Mr. Odegaard to approve item number E as read. Is there any further discussion?
Madam Mayor, did Mr. Overton have a comment?
Mayor and council.
Mr. Overton?
Mayor, if I may take 30 seconds of your time, would that be acceptable?
Yes.
I just wanted to quickly say thank you as you go to move into this. This is a kind of a bright light for the community. This is the result of Proposition 406 road repair street safety funding. And we are addressing a number of streets on the east side of the community, and you can reference the map that is in your packet. You will see this activity start next Tuesday if approved this evening. We're thankful for the work of Peak Engineering and our contractor CNE Paving and Grading, as this is a very robust program, but we're excited to see people working in our community safely in the next couple of weeks. In the next 2 months, you'll see greater roadways and better services provided to our community, but we also know that there's some disruption. We will try to be as cautious as possible, provide as much notice as possible, and be as respectful as possible. But we do look forward to this work beginning next week, and we thank you for your consideration this evening.
Thank you so much. Okay. So there was a motion and a second for this item. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? This motion carries. Thank you. We're now down to item number F. This is consideration and approval of a grant award, Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice Assistance, Coronavirus Emergency Supplemental Funding Program. Staff's recommended action is that we approve the award from the Department of Justice for grant funds in the amount of $65,915. There is no city match required for this grant. Is there a motion?
Mayor, I move that we approve the award from the Department of Justice for grant funds.
A second.
There's been a motion made by Ms. Whelan with a second by Ms. Salas to approve this Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice Assistance, Coronavirus Emergency Supplemental Grant. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
That motion carries. Thank you. We're now down to our regular agenda item. Our regular agenda. First up is item number A. This is consideration and adoption of resolution number 2020-22, a resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between the Flagstaff Metropolitan Planning Organization, doing business as MetroPlan, and the City of Flagstaff to transition administrative and financial services from the city to MetroPlan. Staff's recommended action is that we read resolution number 2020-22 by title only, and then adopt.
Hi, Mayor and Council. This is Stacy Brecklin-Eggs. This item is, again, as the IGA with the transition with MetroPlan for administrative and financial services. Our city services will cease on June 30th, 2020, and turn over things to MetroPlan. We've been partners with them for 22 years, and I'm happy to have worked with them this long. I know that Jeff Meilbach's on the line, so if you do have any questions, he's can answer anything. But otherwise, we hope you approve this item.
Thank you. Mr. Odegaard.
Mayor, if there's no questions, or maybe might be questions after I read the resolution. So I move to read resolution number 2020-22 by title only.
Second. Okay.
There's been a motion made by Mr. Odegaard. The second's going to go to Mr. McCarthy because I heard him first. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Whelan?
Mayor, I'd just like to take a minute and thank Mr. Malbeck and city staff for moving this forward. And I look forward to seeing what Metro Plan is up to in the future.
Thank you. If there's nothing else,
You're cutting out, Mayor.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt resolution? Oh, sorry.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between the Flagstaff Metropolitan Planning Organization, DBA Metro Plan, and the City of Flagstaff for the transition of administrative and financial services from the city to Metro Plan.
Is there a motion to adopt resolution number 2020-22?
I move to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's been a motion made by Mr. Odegaard and a second by Ms. Whelan to adopt resolution number 2020-22. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. We're now down to item number B. This is a consideration and adoption of resolution number 2020-23, a resolution approving the intergovernmental agreement between the City of Flagstaff and Coconino County for election services for the August 4th, 2020 primary election and the November 3rd, 2020 general election. Staff's recommended action is that we read resolution number 2020-23 by title only and then adopt. Is there a motion?
Mayor, I move to read resolution 2020-23 by title only.
Second.
There's been a motion made by Ms. Whelan and a second by the Vice Mayor to read resolution number 2020-23 by title only for the final time, by title only. We do have a comment. Mr. McCarthy?
My question is, make sure my mic's on. My question is, we will be partially reimbursed by one of the utilities, if I remember correctly. So that money will come to the city, and then the city will pay this to the county. Is that correct?
Mayor and Council, Stacy Salzberg, City Clerk. Councilmember McCarthy, that is correct. We will be receiving some reimbursement from Unisource Energy Services for the franchise election that is occurring at the August primary.
Thank you.
Of course.
So there's been a motion. It's been seconded. Are there any further comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, that motion carries. Thank you.
A resolution approving the intergovernmental agreement between the City of Flagstaff and Coconino County for election services for the August 4th, 2020 primary election and November 3rd, 2020 general election.
Mayor, this is Sterling. Did you ask if there were any no votes?
I did not. Was anyone opposed to that?
Oh,
Lovely.
good.
No.
Thanks.
Is there a motion to adopt resolution number 2020-23?
So,
Ms. Whelan has made a motion. Is there a second?
Charlie, second.
There's been a motion made by Ms. Whelan with a second by Mr. Odegaard to adopt resolution number 2020-23. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those, anyone opposed? That motion carries. Thank you.
It sounds like 8 people voted on that.
7 people and a dog. We're now down to item number C. This is a consideration approval of City of Flagstaff and APS Clean Energy Future Memorandum of Understanding. Staff's recommended action is that we approve the Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Flagstaff and APS. And I believe that there is a presentation.
Mayor, before we get started on that presentation, I think Nicole might be giving this presentation, but Nicole, it looks like there's a black square on your screen. Just don't want it to interfere with your presentation.
She muted.
Nicole, perhaps you're muted.
Try this. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. And the screen is clear?
There is a black box on the right side.
Yeah, that's the Teams chat box. Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Nicole Antonopoulos, Sustainability Manager. I'm very pleased to bring forward a Clean Energy Arizona Partnership Memorandum of Understanding between the city.
I apologize, just cutting in. The black box is still there.
Is it? Okay. Let's try this. I'm not clear as to, if we stand by for just a minute, I will try to get that off my screen.
Can you go into presentation mode?
I actually am in presentation mode.
Because we can still see the top of the screen where it says Home, Insert, Design, Transitions. I'm not sure that you're all the way into presentation mode.
Let's try again.
It disappeared.
Oh, it's gone now.
Okay, great. So just starting over, I am pleased to be bringing this Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Flagstaff and APS forward for your consideration. I'm joined this afternoon by Judson Tillinghast, and he is the leader of product development and strategy in the Grid Solutions Group at APS, who I worked with very closely to develop this memorandum that creates the Clean Energy Arizona Partnership. And also with us today is John Haro, who is the Northeast Division Director that services Flagstaff region. So the foundation of the Clean Energy Arizona Partnership is rooted in core values that both APS and the City of Flagstaff believe in. They are providing increasingly clean, reliable, and affordable energy to APS customers, many of which are in the Flagstaff area, reducing emissions of all air pollutants, including greenhouse gas emissions, investing in technology and innovation to boost local and state economics and attract new businesses, continuing APS's status as a healthy business and energy provider, similarly continuing the city's status as a healthy and thriving municipality and community, leveraging relationships with other cities, utilities, corporations, and stakeholders, and seeking community and stakeholder input regarding priorities, concerns, and developing new partnerships and pathways for stakeholder involvement. Our shared vision represents that what we desire to accomplish through the partnership. This vision complements the city's goals, for example, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and APS's goals to provide 100% clean, carbon-free electricity to its customers by 2050. The guiding principles create the framework for the partnership's success, and both parties will plan to work together through innovative thinking, prioritize the Clean Energy Arizona Partnership, make the strategies and actions of this partnership available to other communities for local implementation, to develop strategies and plans that are cost-effective, to advance public policy matters at both the state and local levels, to apply Arizona regulatory models to the partnership's strategies and plans, and to leverage both the City of Flagstaff and APS's efforts to achieve the Clean Energy Arizona Partnership's shared vision. So with that, I'd like to hand the presentation off to Judson, again, who is instrumental in developing the partnership. Judson.
Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes. Oh, thank you. Mayor and council members, thank you for the opportunity to chat with you today. This is the culmination of a lot of work between Nicole, myself, and many other APS participants. And as far as I know, it's the first of its kind that APS has engaged in. And we're really excited to partner with you guys on these goals that we can kind of develop and really try to lead the way in finding creative solutions to achieve the decarbonization of Arizona. So as you know, these things will be focused on clean energy, energy management, resiliency, and the energy water nexus. But back to the slide, what we're looking to do is to create a annual shared work plan. This work plan will detail the objectives and deliverables that folks from my team and several other APS teams will collaborate on with Nicole and the folks she identify to participate. So each group will have dedicated staffing resources. So from the APS side, you'll see the Customer to Grid Solutions team, which is my team, also the account management, government affairs, and the environmental teams at minimum will be a part of that. And, we'll develop what these goals look like. And like I said before, try to find creative ways to do them. That's an area of focus that my team really developed. So it's bringing a different level of expertise into these types of conversations. And we're really excited to engage on that. So the general terms are 5 years, but I think we're going to align the goals of this program to coincide with the Clean Action Adaptation Plan that Nicole had already passed through council, I believe last year or the year before. So with that, once again, we're very excited on this first of its kind venture, and I'll pass it back to Nicole to finish the presentation.
Great, thank you, Judson. And Mayor and Council, we're here to answer any questions and appreciate your patience with a little cranky PowerPoint.
Thank you so much, Ms. Antonopoulos. We appreciate the presentation. Council, do you have any comments, questions, motion? Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the both of you for your presentation today and your work on this. This seems very exciting. It seems like a really positive step to be taking. And my only comment and question was for Nicole, and I just wanted to, are there other areas of our goals that should be addressed in this MOU, or do you feel comfortable with where it is today? Just wanted to make sure that, we're really hitting this one out of the ballpark, but understanding that it's only an MOU. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and Mayor and Council. I'm really looking forward to developing our work plan with APS to allow us to really fine-tune the agenda, if you will, for the partnership. And I think we have a tremendous opportunity within that work plan to really target specific strategies and actions.
Great, thank you very much. And I look forward to the work ahead of us in partnership. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. And we will be providing Mayor and Council with an update once the work plan has been developed and approved internally, and we'll bring that forward to keep the council apprised of our efforts moving forward.
Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I read this MOU with a lot of interest, And it doesn't have a lot of teeth in it, but it's the start of a conversation. And the way we move things forward is we start talking to each other. So I see this as a very positive first step. So I move that we approve the memorandum of understanding between the city and APS.
Second.
Okay. There's been a motion made by Mr. McCarthy with a second by the Vice Mayor. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. We're now down to item number D. This is consideration and adoption of resolution number 2020-27. This is a resolution of the City of Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between the State of Arizona and the City of Flagstaff for the design and construction of a roundabout at the signalized intersection of 4th Street and Cedar Avenue/Lockett Road. Staff's recommended action is that we read resolution number 2020-27 by title only and then adopt.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Stephanie Sardi. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Sweet, thank you. So I'm one of the transportation engineering project managers here at the city. I've got a quick PowerPoint to discuss the intergovernmental agreement with the Arizona Department of Transportation regarding the highway safety improvement project that will convert the signalized intersection at 4th Street and Cedar Avenue Lockett Road to a roundabout. So the purpose of the Highway Safety Improvement Program, also known as HSIP, is to achieve a reduction of fatal and serious injury crashes on public roadways. HSIP is a federal program that is administered by ADOT. Here's a list of some of the HSIP projects around Flagstaff. The sign replacement project and pavement marking project help to improve visibility of signs and markings throughout Flagstaff. The Beulah Bike Lane project added bike lanes on Beulah by narrowing up the medians. The Schweitzer Turquoise Roundabout converted a two-way stop-controlled intersection to a roundabout, and the guardrail replacement project modified the existing guardrail to follow new standards. All of these projects were completed to improve safety throughout the city. So this roadway safety improvement project is the result of the city submitting a grant application to ADOT in 2018 for a competitive HSIP award. Once we received notice of the award, the project went through the Metro Plan Technical Advisory Committee and Board and was then placed in the Metro Plan Transportation Improvement Program, also known as a TIP. We are here tonight asking for approval of the intergovernmental agreement between the City of Flagstaff and ADOT. After it is approved by the City Council, the IGA will then go to the State Transportation Board for approval. So here is a vicinity map of all of Flagstaff, and the red dot here is the location. Up over here, we've got the approximate project limits. We've got Cedar Avenue, Lockett Drive running east and west, and 4th Street running north and south. Just for understanding where this is located, this is Mount Eldon Middle School up here, and this is the CCC campus over here, library and campus. So this is a very preliminary drawing of the roundabout that includes possible right-of-way acquisitions. This project was identified as a high priority through a local network crash data screening process. It was determined that the roundabout will improve safety and efficiency, slow speeds, help reduce angle crashes, and add a crosswalk at the 4th leg of the intersection. It will also improve southbound left turns into CCC. If you can see my arrow, it's southbound left turns into CCC right here, and the library by avoiding backups northbound lefts. So since there will be a roundabout here, there will be no left turn lane around here, so there won't be any backups. The Arizona Department of Transportation, ADOT, will administer the design and construction and advertise, bid, and award the construction of a roundabout at the signalized intersection. Approving the IGA for this project will obligate fiscal year 2020 design costs, fiscal year 2021 right-of-way costs, and fiscal year 2022 construction costs. The total HSIP federal funding is estimated to be approximately $1.9 million, and the total city funding is estimated to be approximately $61,000. Here is a summary of the project's financial impacts. In fiscal year 2020, the city will pay the state $30,000 for project development administration costs. This is a typical cost that we pay the state when they are administering a project. Also, $450,000 of HSIP federal funds will be available for design costs. In fiscal year 2021, the city will acquire the necessary right-of-way with costs estimated at $102,000 and will be reimbursed to the HSIP formula limited amount of $92,000 with a projected city share of $31,000. In fiscal year 2022, approximately $1.4 million in HSIP funding federal funds will be available for the construction costs. It is also important to note that the city is responsible for any project costs in excess of the current HSIP grant award of $1.928 million. And that kind of wraps it up. We're here to answer any questions about the IGA or any project details.
Okay, thank you. Council, do you have any comments? Mr. McCarthy, followed by Mr. Odegaard. Ms. McCarthy?
Well, I was a good boy. I turned my mic off. Now I turned it back on. I'll start over. I am supportive of this project, but I'd like to point out that the preliminary drawing is that preliminary. It's really more of a schematic, and that I would, when we get into the details of the design, I would like to be involved with that because I have some specific ideas. I won't be burdensome, but I do want to make sure that safety is taken into account. Probably things that would be done anyway, but I would like to be involved. So anyway, I'm supportive, and I'll leave it at that for now.
Mr. Odegaard?
I was going to wait. I was going to do the motion, so I'll wait till everyone's done with their comments, and then I'll make a motion.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, my comments were similar to Mr. McCarthy's. I was wondering about safety and such, and I'm wondering if I should hold my comments till they come back to us to discuss more detailed options. What are your thoughts, Mayor?
I think that it's going to come back to us to look at the final design. I'm assuming that in between now and that discussion, there's going to be community input sessions and whatnot. I'll go back to staff to ask staff if that's the case.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The right-of-way acquisition will definitely be coming to council, and I do believe that we will be going out to the public with the design and making sure that's all good. I look to Jeff Bauman if he has any more comments on that.
Jeff?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm here. This is Jeff Bauman, City Traffic Engineer. Yes, we normally would come back towards the end of design, but with the roundabout, I know in the past, like Schweitzer and Turquoise, City Council's wanted to weigh in a couple of times throughout the process, and we'd be happy to do that. And we also can work with the neighborhood on this project as well. Roundabouts are always very interesting to the public still, so we'd be happy to add a couple of those elements into the process.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just say, so I'd love to see us just have options on the table and options of which move pedestrians and bicycles in a way that's separated from the vehicles on the road. That's all. Thank you.
We have Mr. Aslan.
Thank you, Mayor. I absolutely adore roundabouts. I love roundabouts. Anybody come to me with a roundabout idea, I will probably always approve it. I wish Milton was completely full of roundabouts. But be that as it may, this intersection to me has always been one of Flagstaff's most peculiar intersections. My daughter, 3 or 4 years ago, when she was in 6th grade and was a student at MEMS, was actually hit by a car in this intersection. Someone was making a left turn and her foot was run over and she was knocked to the ground by the driver. So safety-wise, I'm sure that's on top of everybody's mind. I mean, there's 2 schools there and a public library, and there's going to be lots of pedestrian and bicycle traffic through this area as well as car traffic. I think that is tricky, and I do worry about pedestrian safety with roundabouts, especially with how unfamiliar a lot of drivers seem to be with roundabouts, which is strange to me and kind of humorous in a way, but they do move traffic nicely. I think this is going to alleviate a lot of congestion concerns in the mornings and the afternoons when school is getting in and out. But I don't think, I think we can only do better in terms of safety. That's an extremely dangerous intersection. So I'm very excited to see this project hopefully moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to add that I think it's extremely important that we have community engagement when it comes to this project. I know for a fact that staff is always very concerned about safety, but I do think the design of it and how kiddos can get around and through and back to school, especially because we have the schools there, is extremely important. I'm going to go back to Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And as you are correct, and as Mr. Bauman's community is very interested in roundabouts, so I'm looking forward to all those community discussions concerning this intersection that does need to be improved. And so with that, I move to read resolution number 2020-27 by title only.
I second that, Mayor.
There's been a motion made by Mr. Odegaard and a second by Mr. Aslan. I just want to give acknowledgement to what Mr. Folk has said. A big thank you to the City of Flagstaff Engineering and Department and ADOT for bringing in the nearly $2 million to our community for this important safety improvement program. Is there any further comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between the State of Arizona and the City of Flagstaff for design and construction of a roundabout at the signalized intersection of 4th Street and Cedar Avenue / Lockett Road.
Is there a motion to adopt resolution number 2020-27?
I move to adopt.
Second, McCarthy.
There's been a motion made by Mr. Odegaard and a second by Mr. McCarthy to adopt resolution number 2020-27. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. It is now 5 o'clock. We're going to go ahead and stop and take a 10-minute break. So we'll be back at 10 minutes after 5. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, we are now going to be at item number E of our regular agenda. This is consideration and adoption of resolution number 2020-28, a resolution of the Flagstaff City Council adopting a Flagstaff Business Retention and Expansion Incentive Program to support small businesses and other targeted industries and establishing an effective date. Staff's recommended action is that we read resolution of 2020-28 by title only and then adopt.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. This is John Saltonstall, the Business Retention and Expansion Manager with the City of Flagstaff. I'm going into the slideshow here. I've got a brief overview in the presentation tonight just to really demonstrate that we incorporated some of the ideas provided from Council last week. So, keeping it brief, this is an open competition. Business that employs between 1 and 150 employees in our targeted sector will be eligible to apply. They must submit an application between July 1st and August 31st. The budget is $30,000. These are BBB revenues allocated for economic development. businesses may be awarded, 1 to 6 businesses may be awarded or none, and any remaining funding is carried into the next year. That's my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Council? Can I get a Ms. Salas?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am ready to make a motion. If there are no questions.
There are no questions.
Yes. I move to adopt resolution number 2020-28.
Second.
That should be a motion to read.
Yes, let me edit that motion. Move to read resolution number 2020-28 by title only.
And I'll second that.
There's been a motion made by Ms. Salas and a second by the Vice Mayor to read resolution number 2020-28 by title only. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council adopting a Flagstaff Business Retention and Expansion Incentive Program to support small businesses and other targeted industries and establishing an effective date.
Is there a motion to adopt resolution number 2020-28?
Move to adopt. Salas.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's been a motion made by Ms. Salas and a second by Ms. Whelan to adopt resolution number 2020-28. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? This motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're now down to our regular agenda item number F that has several different parts to it. And so we're going to go ahead and read through these. So item number F is a consideration and adoption of resolution number 2020-25. It's a resolution amending the 2019-2020 annual action plan to reallocate 2019-2020 owner-occupied housing rehabilitation program funds and allocate the Community Development Block Grant Program COVID-19 CDBG-CV funds and authorizing the submission of the amended 2019-2020 Annual Action Plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD. So the second is consideration of adoption of resolution number 2020-26. It's a resolution approving the City of Flagstaff 2020-2021 Annual Action Plan and authorizing its submission to U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD. And consideration and action of the reallocation of general funds to Coconino County Health and Human Services Eviction Prevention Program. Approval of the transfer of one-time general fund dollars in the amount of $59,000 currently reserved for the Mobile Home Assistance for Displaced Residents Program to the Coconino County Health and Human Services Eviction Prevention and Housing Stabilization Program. So, the staff's recommended action is for the amended 2019-2020 Annual Action Plan that we read resolution number 2020-25 by title only and then adopt. Is there a motion?
Mayor, I move to read resolution 2020-25 by title only.
Is there a second? There's been a motion made by Ms. Whelan and a second by the Vice Mayor to read resolution number 2020-25 by title only. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council amending the City of Flagstaff 2019-2020 Annual Action Plan and authorizing its submission to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Is there a motion to adopt resolution number 2020-25?
I move to adopt resolution 2020-25.
Is there a second?
Sure.
Second.
There's been a motion made by Ms. Wheelan and a second by Mr. Aslan to adopt resolution number 2020-25. Is there any
I'm
further
sorry,
discussion?
Mayor. Charlie can have that if he wants it. I apologize.
No, that's okay. I definitely heard your voice. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. Now for the 2020-2021 Annual Action Plan. Is there a motion to read resolution number 2020-26 by title only?
So moved.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
A second.
Okay. There's been a motion made by Ms. Wheelan and a second by the Vice Mayor to read resolution number 2020-26 by title only. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving the City of Flagstaff 2020-2021 Annual Action Plan and authorizing its submission to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Is there a motion to adopt resolution number 2020-26?
I
So
move to
moved.
adopt.
I'll second.
So I believe I heard Mr. Odegaard make the motion with a second by the Vice Mayor. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. For the reallocation of general fund dollars to the Coconino County Health and Human Services, is there a motion to approve and authorize the reallocation expenditures of $59,000 of one-time general fund dollars from the Mobile Home Assistance Program to the Coconino County Health and Human Services Eviction Prevention and Housing Stabilization Program, and to authorize the city manager to execute the necessary documents?
So moved. McCarthy.
Is there a second?
This is Charlie. I second.
There's been a motion made by Mr. McCarthy and a second by Mr. Odegaard for the reallocation of the general fund dollars to the Coconino County Health and Human Services Department. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
And you were a yes, right, Ms. Whelan?
Yes, Mayor.
That motion carries. Thank you. We're now down to item number G. This is the consideration and adoption of resolution number 2020-24, a resolution of the Flagstaff City Council authorizing the acquisition of real property interests necessary for the Rio de Flag flood control project, confirming that the project is a public use for the benefit of the residents of the city of Flagstaff, providing for the delegation of authority, condemnation authority, prior approval of purchases, and establishing an effective date. Staff's recommended action is that we read resolution number 2020-24 by title only and then adopt.
Mayor, Council, this is Christine Cameron, if you have any questions.
Is there a motion? Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I move to read resolution number 2020-24 by title only.
Is there a second?
Second, McCarthy.
There's been a motion made by Mr. McCarthy, a motion made by Mr. Odegaard with a second by Mr. McCarthy. Ms. Whelan, you have a question?
I do, Mayor. Thank you very much. Christine, when I look over the map that you placed in our packets, I don't get the full extent of just what we're condemning, just what we need to take. So, I don't know if it's a small right-of-way. I don't know if it's a house. Can you help me understand what's going on?
Yes, Mayor and Council. So we're working within phase one right now, acquiring properties, and most of those are just partial takes.
Okay.
For the alignment of the flood control box. So it's just a linear drainage improvement. So it's either on the side, it's usually on the side or on the corner of parcels as you go through the clay wash reach or the lower reach. I don't believe that there are any full property acquisitions except for Arizona Materials, which is a concrete batch plant that's in the lower reach in the industrial area. And we've been working with that property owner.
Okay, well, thank you very much. That's clear.
Are there any other comments on this? There's a motion made by Mr. Odegaard with a second by Mr. McCarthy to read resolution number 2020-24 by title only. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council authorizing the acquisition of real property interests necessary for the Rio de Flag flood control project, a public use, providing for delegation of authority, condemnation authority, prior approval of purchases, and establishing an effective date.
Is there a motion to adopt resolution number 2020-24?
This is Charlie, and I move to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's been a motion made by Mr. Odegaard with a second by Ms. Whelan to adopt resolution number 2020-24. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. We're now down to item number 8. Item number 8 are our discussion items. The first up is item 8A. This is a Rio de Flag flood control project update.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of council. I'm Trevor Henry with the Capital Improvements Program. So I'm pleased to provide for you this month's update for the Rio de Flag Control Project. So this project will focus on the Army Corps, the project design, environmental, and BNSF Railway. At any time during the presentation, the council is welcome to stop me and to ask questions, and staff will seek an answer. So the Army Corps of Engineers, City has been talking with the Army Corps about their desire to incorporate contract options for construction of the project. These options will help the Army Corps award the contract and still meet their federal certifications. The options will also comply with their federal funding. The Army Corps has just released the next submittal of the project design. It is our understanding that the submittal is called the Agency Technical and Safety Assurance. So this review is basically kind of looking over what they've done and kind of looking at safety elements. The Army Corps has expressed to the city a preliminary schedule that would have an advertisement in September and a contract award in November. The Army Corps has conveyed to the city their desire to move the project forward, and the city is willing to meet that goal. Project design. So last week, the Army Corps released the next submittal of the project design. Again, that's called the agency technical and safety assurance. This submittal was sent out to the entire project team, which includes city staff, our consultant, the Army Corps, their design consultant, and some of our stakeholders, which I will speak of as we go further into this update. The submittal builds on the previous submittals and ensures the scope is meeting the project intentions. So just for information, the next submittal will move from from a design aspect into a constructability standpoint. So the intent that the Army Corps has told us is the next submittal should be released in July. The city is continuing to work on our project responsibilities for utility relocations and reconstruction. The city has engaged the franchise utilities for cable, gas, electric, and telephone. So again, these are requirements that the city has to perform, and so we are coordinating those efforts. So right now, the Army Corps' preliminary schedule indicates the project design will be complete by September 2020. The city continues our discussions with our consultant on the environmental clearances. We also are talking with the Army Corps on the overall bigger picture when it comes to the environmental. The draft Phase 1 reports were sent to the Army Corps, and they provided comments. The city is working to review these comments and to address. A few of the ongoing discussions for the Army Corps and the city include a response action plan. We've also talked with the Army Corps about issues related to ADEQ for the project. The city is in discussions with the Army Corps to develop a health and safety plan. This plan would be included with the project scope. As the city and the Army Corps develop the environmental clearances of the project, all areas of concerns will be identified and addressed to meet the certification of the Army Corps. BNSF Railway. So BNSF has received the most recent submittal for their review. The city is working with BNSF on the review of the design. So the city has to coordinate that effort with BNSF. The city and our consultant are continuing the efforts to identify and relocate any utilities that may impact BNSF right away or their operations. The technical meetings with BNSF continue with the desire to agree on an option to cross their right-of-way with the Rio de Flag structure. Prior to tonight's council meeting, the city and the Army Corps talked a little bit about the draft construction and maintenance agreement. There's still some ongoing discussions needed as we go forward. But when completed, the entire package will be submitted to BNSF for their review. Prior to BNSF's acceptance of the construction and maintenance agreement, city staff will bring that agreement before the council for consideration. We are expecting to present to the council after the summer break. And this concludes our update for this month, and staff would be happy to answer any questions.
At this time, I don't see comments from council, but I'm going to go ahead and take the public comment, and then I'll go back to Ms. Whelan. Ms. Strum.
Yes, the comment that we have received on this item is Rio de Flag project update question. Mayor and council members, thank you for taking public comment on this project. I'm asking an honest question representing only myself as a Flagstaff citizen and downtown homeowner and not representing any organization. After following the progress of the Rio project for years, I still have concerns about the potential success of this project and its impact on the aesthetics, function, and educational value of the Rio de Flag for our community. In the email that was sent out, it was reported that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers received $52 million in their FY20 work program for their share of the Rio de Flag flood control project. The city of Flagstaff has the capacity to meet its funding obligation of $42 million, and 1,500 structures are at risk in the floodplain. At a total cost of $94 million, which could raise over time, that equates to the city spending $62,700 per structure. Knowing that the Clay Avenue project failed to protect Southside residents from flooding in their neighborhoods, could the money be better spent on investing in structural modifications to protect individual properties from flood damage and creating a safety notification and evacuation plan? Has the city ever pursued cost estimates on that type of action? Such actions could be combined with a modified project, such as restoring the Rio to its original channel south of the tracks, while avoiding other project components that are costly and potentially risky and ineffective. It would enable residents to engage and shore up their homes and commercial properties in a way that would give them a sense of ownership and help them understand risk levels. Thank you for taking the time. My question, Allison Gitlin. And that's the only comment we have on this item.
Okay, Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering, we did receive a few emails of requesting images or drawings from the Friends of Flagstaff. Can you speak to that?
Your Honor, members of council, so I didn't hear that last part. What images were requested?
So I would imagine that individuals of Friends of Flagstaff have been asking for images so they could look and see what is going on in the design of the upper Rio de Flag. And they still are without those design images.
Okay, Your Honor, members of council, if I understand correctly, I think we had made, or there was discussion on public meetings from the citizens asking about comparable projects that have been done for the Army Corps of Engineers in other areas that might give a representation of what the upper reach would look like. And we had talked with the Army Corps of Engineers, and we had made that request. To date, we are still trying to get information from them. I do know that we are working diligently on the design of the project to meet scheduled items. So we will engage the Army Corps once again and see if we can get visual representations of projects, examples of projects that have been done by the Army Corps that may reflect what the upper reach will look like.
Well, I think those have been given to us before, I think, by citizens. So what I hear you saying is there's no actual kind of concept drawing of that upper reach. There's just diagrams with measurements.
We have the actual construction plans which show cross sections of what the channel will look like, but I believe there was actual photos that was requested of what the channel might look like.
And why hasn't that been given to the requestees or even put on our website?
So if I remember correctly, on our website currently are the composite channel preliminary plans. So those are available to the public, to anybody who wants to click and look at the plans for what's being proposed for the composite channel. So we can do that.
Is that the upper reach?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to send these emails to you, and perhaps you can take care of them?
Definitely, staff will take a look and we will provide a response.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'm going to go to Mr. Dilly first and then come back to Mr. Odegaard.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I think Trevor covered a good portion of what I was going to say. I will share in the comment section the web address for the project's webpage so that anybody attending this this video session can go directly to that. Additionally, there was some sensitivity expressed by the Corps early on about sharing the actual plans on the public's website in advance of us going out to bid. And so we've tried to be sensitive to the Corps' request, and working with them. Again, we have been able to get their green light in being able to provide these composite drawings of what the upper reach sections, cross sections might look like or plan to look like. So hopefully the public can satisfy some of their questions and curiosities with that information. We're happy to take individual questions on a case by case. And as we have done in the past, we have been able to sit down with individuals if they want to come in and actually see the actual designs themselves and look through them. We've been able to work with individuals and groups to be able to do that. We just can't make them public at this point on our website for reasons already stated. Before I turn it over, either Rick Barrett or Trevor, is there any kind of update that you can provide council with regards to these technical meetings and deliverables that we've received? Any kind of update that way?
So Shane, are you speaking of the BNSF technical group meetings or which?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that if we could get a little bit of an update on that, if there's something material to provide council, that'd be great. Thank you.
Perhaps Ms. Cameron can speak.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. If I may, Shane. So we had a technical meeting that was scheduled on May 11th, and that was canceled by BNSF. And the reason being that they needed to kind of move this project a little bit further up their chain for approval on the crossing. So it's on the desk of Katie Farmer, which is VP of Operations right now, and she works for Mr. Ice. So she is reviewing with operations about approvals on track windows and work windows for that crossing construction. When they get approval, they're going to go ahead and reschedule that meeting with us.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go ahead and go back to Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to say kudos to Trevor from the email that was sent out to the council yesterday, dated May 18th, concerning an update where everything was at with this project. I thought it was very informative and very well thought out. And I would suggest if there's a way also to make this such an email, because it does lend itself to a social media to put out to the general public as where is this at with the project, so the public can be very informed on it and where we're at with the status of everything. I've been noticing the 4th Street Bridge, there's been a great team effort from ADOT and the city of Flagstaff with the 4th Street Bridge construction right now, and I could see the same thing happening with this project also, to make things very smooth to the public and very understanding what's happening with the public on this project. So that was just my suggestion. That email was so good that I thought it should be put out in a social media format. So thank you.
Ms. Drum.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Yes, Councilmember Odegaard, I can definitely work with Route a Flag project team and we can put something out following up and using that email as content.
Thank you very much, Ms. Drum.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I really appreciate the conversation specifically about the outreach and all the updates. But I just wanted to weigh in and just say that, you know, the video that was done with the 4th Street Bridge explaining and walking through the process, I thought was extremely helpful. And I don't know how we can put together something like that for this, but I'd like to maybe just plant that seed and see if something can arise from that idea. Thank you.
Okay. Well, not seeing any more comments, we will go ahead and move to the next discussion item, which would be item 8B. That is the Sustainable Food Systems Update.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Dylan Munson, Sustainability Specialist. Tonight I'll be providing an update on the city's Sustainable Food Systems programming. As you can see here, you'll find an outline of what I plan to cover in this presentation. I'll start with a brief history on our food systems programming. Then I'll jump into a discussion of how COVID-19 is impacting our local food system, as well as how we are responding to meet community needs. Then I'll cover our other key food system interventions that we're working on building food system resilience, food security, as well as economic recovery in the wake of COVID-19. And lastly, I'll save some time for discussion and any direction you'd like to provide. And I just want to make the point, as we are all aware right now, the situation surrounding COVID-19 is evolving rapidly, and new challenges and opportunities arise on a daily basis. And as staff, we acknowledge the fact that we may not have all of the answers, and we hope you can help us address any gaps that you may see in the work presented to you today. To provide some context, I'd like to offer a history of the city's food system efforts. The Community Agriculture Project, which is what we call the city's community gardens, marked the beginning of formal food system programming led by the city back in 2010. In the decades since, staff have slowly expanded food system interventions. Examples of this work include an overhaul of the animal keeping code in 2015 that made it possible to keep backyard livestock on small lots within city limits. And as you're all aware, this code was amended this past November, which I'll discuss a bit more in a moment. The city has also started programs such as the Urban Farm Incubator, which provides new farmers access to farmland on vacant lots within Flagstaff. And all of these achievements and more have been made possible through strong community partnerships. And through community partners like Cooperative Extension and Flagstaff Food Link, residents have access to events and educational opportunities like the Community Seed Swap and gardening education. And there are also financial resources available to farmers, such as Flagstaff Food Link's Grower Grant Program, which invests in infrastructure that helps farmers scale up their operation. And these are all examples of the fact that progress towards a more sustainable food system takes collaboration between our many partners in Flagstaff and our surrounding region. And now moving to our current moment, obviously the dark cloud hanging over all of our work is COVID-19, and the food system is not immune to its impacts. On a daily basis, we are learning about the cracks and weak points in our food system. Many of you are probably aware of some of the news stories of the milk, vegetables, and other goods destined for our restaurant supply chain that are now going to waste. We also know that even before COVID-19, 1 in 5 Arizonans were food insecure, which essentially means that they're uncertain about where their next meal is coming from. And with this current economic uncertainty, we're positive that that insecurity has only increased. All of that has pushed our social safety net services to the limit. For example, Flagstaff Family Food Center has said that their demand for their services has increased by up to 100% since the onset of COVID-19 locally. And with all that said, I'd like to stress the fact that we do have an opportunity to view this shock as a catalyst for positive change in the long run. And we're learning a lot right now about the gaps and weak points that can be put to use to build a more resilient and equitable food system, as well as utilize the food system as a pillar of economic recovery on the tail end of this crisis. And ultimately, the need for this work has never been more apparent, and staff are ready to take advantage of of the current momentum. And there are a few things that we're working on to directly respond to COVID-19, and specifically staff have been participating in the food sector of the county's Social Safety Net Coalition. Right now, the focus of that group has been on communicating the available emergency food access resources to the community. And we realize that many individuals right now are seeking such services that they have never imagined having to tap into before, and we really want to make sure that they know how to do so. And we're also working with community partners to try and map available food resources. As of now, there's no shortage of food, but moving forward, we want to make sure that that all potential excesses are being captured and redirected to those in need. And while much of the focus of this Social Safety Net Coalition has been on consumers, we have also begun conversations with other community and regional partners to discuss broader food system interventions as part of an informal food action team. And we realize that many communities have these formal structures that foster collaboration and often are called food policy councils. And COVID-19 has made it clear that a similar network in Flagstaff could be useful as well. And such a network would allow community partners to problem solve and respond to immediate needs, as well as develop some shovel-ready projects that build food system resilience and support longer-term economic development. And now I'd like to transition to discussing some program updates that have been in the works since before COVID-19, but still support our community in recovering from the current public health and economic shock. An example of this can be found in our food waste prevention and recovery work, which seeks to prevent food from being disposed of in the landfill, not only through composting, but also by redirecting excess food to those in need and simply just preventing that food waste to begin with. And ultimately, the benefits of reducing food waste includes reduced demand on our waste management infrastructure by keeping it out of the landfill. It also provides a source of hunger relief by redirecting those excesses to those in need. And lastly, it supports our climate action goals in multiple ways. One, by preventing the wasted food by preventing wasted food, we are eliminating all of the emissions and the resources that went into growing that food that is ultimately not being eaten. And then we're also avoiding the methane emissions that are created when food is disposed of in landfills. And then this past year, we have worked to investigate the sources of food waste in Flagstaff, as well as the potential for food recovery. And specifically through our relationship with the Natural Resources Defense Council, they actually conducted an analysis of food waste produced by each sector in Flagstaff. And the results of that work are shown here on the screen in the pie chart. And this demonstrates that our largest source of food waste is actually restaurants. And obviously COVID-19 has impacted this source in particular. And we do need to do more research moving forward as we have more updated business data. But the second largest source identified here comes from individual residents, which you can see in green. And this sector represents a crucial food waste prevention opportunity, especially right now, as we want to make sure that residents have the knowledge and the skills to maximize the food resources that they have and reduce any excess spending on food. We have also begun major improvements to community gardens. Across the country, we're seeing a major increase in gardening activity. And just as one example, we're hearing stories of seed suppliers that are having a hard time keeping up with the demand of individuals seeking to provide at least some form of food security for themselves through backyard or community gardens. And in response to this demand locally, we have decided to fast track some improvements for the O'Leary Street Garden to make sure that we have enough growing space available. We had originally planned to build a few nice raised bed gardens to be ready for the next growing season, but instead have opted for the use of a new grow bed technology, which you can see in the picture here. And these grow bags are a much cheaper and easier to install solution that allows us to deploy about 20 new garden plots across the 3 community gardens that will be available for use this growing season. Additionally, as you can imagine, we've seen a higher demand for scholarships to rent these garden plots for either free or reduced costs, and we've been able to meet that demand. And with all this new gardening activity, we also want to make sure that individuals know how to grow food in Flagstaff, which is obviously not an easy thing to do with our short growing season and high elevation. And as a result, we have been collaborating with the Cooperative Extension Office to offer educational opportunities. An example of that is a virtual gardening workshop we're actually hosting tomorrow afternoon to address some basic gardening questions and challenges that people face here in Flagstaff. Staff are also ramping up outreach related to the backyard related to backyard livestock keeping. Not only is backyard livestock keeping a means to providing sustenance for Flagstaff families, but we also want to make sure that residents are aware of the changes to the animal keeping code that were approved by council back in November and which actually take effect tonight. And included in those changes was a requirement to obtain a free permit to keep small livestock. And if you can recall, the goal of that permit was to ensure that residents are meeting basic regulations in the code and giving us an opportunity to reduce potential nuisances. And the permit also provides us, the city, an opportunity to collect data on livestock keeping in Flagstaff and better evaluate our efforts on this front. And we'll be sure to update you as more data comes in. And this is just an example of a postcard that's actually on the way to all single family homes in Flagstaff that communicates the types of small livestock that single family homes in small lots can keep in their backyards, along with the basic rules for doing so, and then how to apply for a permit if they are interested in doing so. And then the last piece of this food system work has been to support broader local economic development. And in response to COVID-19, we're viewing the food system as a pillar of future economic recovery. And obviously our restaurant industry has been hit hard, but our grocery stores remain strong and could be leveraged moving forward. An example of the work that we're doing right now, promoting economic development, is our urban farm incubator, which provides new farmers access to farmland needed to start and scale their operation. And if you can recall, currently there is a 1/4 acre lot near the Mogollon yard, which is being used for this purpose. And we're currently working on a license extension there to improve the viability of its use. But ultimately, this is a model that could be scaled up and utilized on other vacant lots to increase agriculture and local jobs. But beyond this, we'll continue to explore other shovel-ready projects with our regional partners and economic vitality. One example that comes to mind that many of you may be aware of is the potential for meat processing in our region. In the past, given the abundance of livestock that's grown near Flagstaff, our regional economic and food system partners have identified some type of meat processing as a community need and an economic development opportunity locally. And this is just one of many ideas that could be mobilized going forward. And so in closing, I'd just like to reiterate that this is a rapidly evolving situation, and as such, we would appreciate your perspective and any feedback you have. In particular, if you see any immediate gaps in our efforts to serve the community or any missing stakeholders, we'd like to hear that. And of course, if there are any questions on all of this, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, Council, are there any comments or questions? Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Dylan, for the presentation. I did have a question. You were asking for input. Have you received any input from the community gardens that are around town? Is there a way that the city can be a little more proactive or provide some type of help concerning the community gardens? I'm not aware of any. I haven't heard anything from the public concerning the community gardens, but I was just curiosity if there's been any communication said to you, Dylan. So thank you.
Yeah, we've been working closely with, we actually contract with a nonprofit called Terrorbirds that actually manages the community gardens throughout the city. And we've been working really closely with them to try and meet the demand that they're seeing for community garden spaces. And that is why we made the decision to kind of move those O'Leary garden improvements forward. They were planned for next year, but as a result of the demand, we decided to move that forward. And we've heard they have a lot of new gardeners this year, and then also again they're giving out more scholarships than they have done in the past. So yeah, we are working very closely with them to make sure that we're meeting their needs, and then also kind of coupling that with the necessary community education too, like I mentioned with the cooperative extension.
Oh, how nice. So thank you, Dylan, very much for that.
Yeah, of course.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Dylan, as well, for your work on this and your presentation. I really enjoyed reading the attached documents and your report on this topic in our agendas. When I was reading about it and thinking about the wasted food at the residential level and how we can't really recoup that or reuse that somehow, and that being a big chunk of that pie, it made me think about the mayor's water challenge. And I was just wondering if we could do something similar, Mayor, where it's like a zero food waste challenge, or some kind of challenge where we really create a campaign around it, maybe tie it even somehow to the Flagstaff local effort, and really educate, empower, and organize around the idea of zero waste at the individual level. I also, reading your report definitely left me looking forward to follow-up reports of when you do get to talk to the Family Food Center and other food distribution, efforts locally, and find out what specifically are the barriers, what are we able to get, like just more detail on the numbers on the ground. But I definitely love this topic, and I really do believe in what this is, what we're talking about here, and look forward to your work ahead. I really, in reading your report, the portion that talks about the food insecurity rate and the percentages locally and the cost locally to overcome that, given, the two different scenarios that you outlined, the ambitious and the maximum, is exciting. It's very exciting to think that we could address the food insecurity that we have in Flagstaff if we, take this on full speed and really do a good, efficient, effective job at food distribution and redistribution. So I'm very much looking forward to the work ahead, and those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, Mayor, I really like that idea by the Vice Mayor about that challenge concerning food waste. In my workings with the pantry here in town on 7th Avenue, we've gone on Sunday mornings to a couple of the groceries here in town and collecting food that normally they would throw away, but we took it to the pantry and then give it out, and usually it's gone within that day or the next day, the latest. So these are food items that are getting near expiration, but are still good items that still can be given out instead of ending up in the landfill or other means. So I do like that challenge idea, Vice Mayor Shimoni, to really get us as a community on board of not wasting food, especially that can be repurposed to other areas of the community that really need it. And so I do like that, Vice Mayor.
I'm going to go to Ms. Antonopoulos, followed by the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Nicole Antonopoulos, Sustainability Manager. And I just wanted to share with Council that Dylan a few years ago led a Food Too Good to Waste challenge with university students and had a very successful pilot program that we will absolutely look at again to see if we can embed into a challenge that's broader, but really focusing on Food Too Good to Waste. And this is a national challenge that has been effective. So we will follow up and share with Council our recommendations and plans for moving forward.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to take a moment to just also acknowledge NAPTA and the Mountain Line and their collaboration with the Family Food Center in distributing food boxes totally for free for the public. So if anyone listening needs food supports, you just reach out to the Family Food Center and they can get it delivered to your house at no cost through NAPTA's partnership. So that's awesome, and I'm very proud of that effort. Thank you.
Ms. Whelan?
Thank you, Mayor. Great work. Very exciting future in this. So thank you very much. I'm wondering, where are we at with the changing of our trash cans, possibly going into composting, all of that? Can you bring me up to date?
Yeah, Councilmember Whelan, we actually have decided we had a pilot for that pay-as-you-throw plan, or the volumetric pricing for the different size trash cans plan for this upcoming fiscal year, but we've since, just given the budget implications right now, I've decided to put that on hold, just given the capital expense that is associated with that. But as soon as the budget situation is more clear, I think we're ready to plug that in and are ready to try that out. And obviously once that's in place, we'll support and incentivize residents to not only just prevent their food waste on the front end, but we'll give them an incentive then to try and compost. And there are currently private collection companies that will collect your compost from single family homes throughout the city. And then that's something I think we're also still working on our partnership with Northern Arizona University to send different streams of organic waste to their composting operation. And we'll actually have an update on the June 9th council meeting on our Rethink Waste updates, and we'd be happy to talk a little bit more on our plans there.
Okay, thank you very much, Dylan.
I want to call on Mr. Bertelson.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Evans. I was just going to say what Dylan had already said. I believe June 9th, we will have a Rethink Waste update in which we can further address the questions posed by Councilmember Whalen.
So I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you very much for this discussion. I really appreciate it. I'm excited about the Vice Mayor's idea of a competition, a friendly competition here in the city of Flagstaff to see how we can eliminate waste and food going into the garbage. I think that it would be, I appreciate him pointing out the mayor's water challenge. I think that this could be something that comes from the entire city council, the entire council body. And I think it would be really great for us to do something like this, as it directly addresses our goals for our city, and I think the CAP as well, certain sections of the CAP. There's two things I do want to throw into the mix that I want to make sure that we consider moving forward. It's the idea of who has food insecurity and who doesn't, and what those individuals may or may not look like. I think there's some stigma sometimes about who has food insecurity, and I think that we might be surprised as a society as to who really has issue getting access to food. And then number two, the idea of dignity. I really like the way that the pantry here in town allows you to go and shop for yourself. And that way you pick items that you know that you and your family are going to eat and enjoy. And then you don't take things that you're not necessarily going to cook. I think that allows for dignity. It's like a shopping experience. I think that allows for dignity. And also how we talk about, leftover food or food that's going to expire, and how we bring those things into the conversation. Because I think it's really important that we honor the whole person, and that there is dignity in how we make sure that everyone has the opportunity to have food and not go hungry. So those are just my thoughts. With that, I don't see any other comments, so we're going to move on to the next item. And that is a discussion on the current and future use of the Joe Montalvo Park building, also known as Fire Station Number 2.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Rebecca Sayers, Parks and Recreation Director. And here we go. So, yes, tonight we'll be discussing the Joe Montalvo building, which is located in the Joe Montalvo Park, which is, I'm going to use my mouse to show you some streets here. This is Route 66, going kind of north and south here. This is 4th Street to the top right of your screen. Joe Montalvo Park is located between Spruce Avenue, 2nd Street, 1st Avenue, and 1st Street in the Sunnyside neighborhood. This is an aerial image of the park showing some of the amenities. It's mostly taken up with a ball field, which is the Joe Gargiola Senior Field. This was a Diamondbacks funded project. We also have a CDBG funded parking lot improvement project with landscaping that was completed recently, as well as permanent restrooms, an announcer booth for the Little League, and the old fire station number 2, what we are calling the Joe Montalvo Park building, which is located, and I'm using my mouse to show you again, in this top right corner or the northeast corner of the property. So here are some better pictures of the recent improvements. The parking lot and landscaping was completed a couple of years ago. These are the permanent restrooms that were installed by park staff for the park and the ball field. Those opened last summer. And then most recently, last fall, thank you, Mayor Evans, we were able to dedicate a mosaic that was installed as part of a beautification and public arts program. The current use is, we are using this as a Parks Maintenance East Side Annex. We have been using it as this annex since 2012. We use it for equipment and park ground supply storage. And then last year we began using it as a sandbag fill station for the museum fire. More recently, due to the pandemic, we have started using this location to deploy some of our staff so that we're not all deploying from the same location at Thorpe Park. So our East Side Parks grounds crew all reports to this location each day and deploys out to their job sites. The supervisor for that crew has also moved his office out here, and it's proven to be very efficient for the overall operation. A history of the parcel: the city of Flagstaff acquired the property from Coconino County in 1959. It is, in those documents, it is a dedicated park or a deed restricted park. Those documents state that a fire station occupies half an acre on the northeast corner of the parcel and also includes ball fields, stands, announcement booth, and the fire department. In 2008-2009, the city researched selling this building for rent, but once we found the documents relating to the deed restrictions, we did not move forward. More recently, there have been community conversations for expanded neighborhood amenities. So building use considerations, some options on the table are to continue with owner occupied, meaning city needs and uses, such as what Parks is using it for now. There's also an option to lease to a third party. If that was the will of the council, we would need to consider the Parks and Recreation use restriction or deed restriction. There would need to be a procurement process for that. And we would also need to consider the community development process for the change in use. And it would have zoning code compliance and ADA and building safety considerations. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, Council, do you have any direct questions? I know that we have several public comment cards, so would you like for me to go ahead and move forward with those? Do you have any questions for Ms. Sayers? Okay, Ms. Drum, I would like to go ahead and move forward with the public comment.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. There are a number of public comments on this topic, so please bear with me if there's a brief pause as I have to go through and open them. I want to make sure I don't miss one. All right, the first comment is use of the Joel Montalvo Park building. Dear Mayor Evans and Flagstaff City Council members, I'm Dr. Alice Christie, a Flagstaff resident since 2001, an educator with over 50 years of experience in innumerable classrooms, and a recent recipient of the Flagstaff STEM Community Leader of the Year Award. The use of the Joel Montalvo Park building is under consideration this evening. I am asking City Council to consider this building an asset to our community, one we can utilize for the good of the community, specifically our youth. Just picture a community center located in Sunnyside, a high-poverty neighborhood that focuses on educating our youth, providing them a safe, welcoming, and inclusive space for hands-on and experiential learning, providing equal access to technology and the internet, eliminating generational inequities, offering classes and clubs on coding, robotics, computational thinking, and financial and digital literacy, engaging kids in gardening projects and learning the importance of nutritious, healthy diets, providing an environment of inquiry where kids solve real-world problems through experimentation and discovery, being a hub for youth and families to develop and hone 21st century skills, and serving as a community center that focuses on intellectual development in STEM areas. Flagstaff, America's first STEM community, needs a STEM community center. Let's consider housing such a center in the Joel Montalvo Park building. Sunnyside parents and grandparents want to see a sustainable community center in their neighborhood that encourages creativity and inquiry, where kids can be kids and learn in a risk-free environment with every imaginable learning material. Just picture a community center that is within walking distance of 10% of Flagstaff's population and a dozen different public and charter schools, a space where youth can extend and deepen the learning that occurs in their classrooms. Finally, just picture a center that helps students to develop their full capacity, creativity, and confidence to become agents of change in their personal lives and their communities. Flagstaff needs to support the intellectual development of its youth to the same degree it supports their physical development at the numerous sporting venues in Flagstaff. Please take action this evening and designate the Joel Montalvo Park building as a recreational/educational facility focusing on STEM to serve the youth and families of Flagstaff and build Flagstaff's future workforce. Thank you for considering my request. The next comment. Dear Flagstaff City Council members, I hope this email finds you all safe and well. I know that up for discussion tonight is the future use of the Joel Montalvo Park building. As a former resident of Sunnyside and now a resident of Lower Greenlaw, I would hope that we can see that building turned into something that can provide services to our youth and prepare them for the 21st century. Sunnyside is known for its diverse and vibrant community, but at the same time, its community members sometimes struggle to find the resources and supports that it needs, especially the children. Using the building to provide something that can empower and educate the local children would be amazing. Sunnyside is currently home to one of our Title I schools. We need to be able to provide those children with all the skills they will need to be successful in the future. Some of those skills are creativity, critical thinking, confidence, innovation, focus, support, and STEAM knowledge. As a parent of small children, I have seen firsthand what access to free resources can do for children. We currently have with Tinkertopia in our neighborhood, and it has provided invaluable resources to all of the children in our city. Even during this precarious COVID-19 shutdown, they have been there to offer parents the tools necessary to continue to educate children. I hope that you consider our youth when deciding the future of this building. Regards, Maggie Carbajal. The next comment. My name is Ward Davis, and I live at 3226 North 4th Street. I am a 15-year Flagstaff resident, and I am writing to support the use of the Joel Montalvo building for a youth education center, especially for STEM education. I am a chemical engineer and quote-unquote sometime scientist. I see a mountain of problems ahead and an equal number of opportunities. There are components of STEM everywhere, from understanding the problems to formulating solutions. STEM education is becoming important for citizens of Flagstaff to survive and thrive in our ever-evolving technological world. I have helped with Fix-It clinics from the beginning and now run the Kids Take Apart section. It is fascinating to watch kids grow up in front of your eyes as they learn to use tools and take apart appliances and electronics they use in everyday life. This is one tiny part of STEM education. We need to offer more opportunities like this to the children of Flagstaff, especially those living in the Sunnyside neighborhood. In closing, I support repurposing the Joel Montalvo Park building to support STEM education. Ward Davis. My name is David Hendershot. I'm a citizen of Flagstaff, and I would like this statement to be read aloud at the council meeting on 5/19/2020. I believe Joel Montalvo Park building should be used as a community center for our youth. I am a science educator who is keenly aware of our nation's outdated pedagogy and curriculum that demonstrably lag behind other developed nations when it comes to modern STEM skills. Every year, more of our youth come out of our system without critical thinking skills required to navigate our technologically rich 21st century world. Advances in AI and automation will only serve to exacerbate this problem in the years to come. STEM community centers are being created in cities around the country with great success. We have the opportunity here to invest in our future by investing in our children's futures. An investment that has no great benefit in the short term and even greater, that has great benefit in the short term and even greater benefit for the future of Flagstaff and America as a whole. Perhaps most importantly, this investment has little to no cost except simply allowing for this Sunnyside community building that is already standing to serve the purpose it was built for. Thank you.
1 second.
Yes.
Mr. McCarthy, we are going through the public comments. Did you have a comment related to one of them?
No, after the public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next comment. Hello, Mayor Evans, Vice Mayor Shimoni, and all members of council, respectfully. My name is JB DeWitt, and I am the Vice President of the Sunnyside Neighborhood Association of Flagstaff, Incorporated. I am submitting this comment on behalf of the Sunnyside Board of Directors. As many of you know, the Sunnyside Neighborhood Association is a 501c3 nonprofit that was formed almost 50 years ago by Sunnyside residents and business owners. The association is community-driven and actively works to support and civic engagement, entrepreneurship, and the advancement of science, technology, engineering, art, and math skills among residents. We believe that the most direct way to address generational poverty is through education and small business ownership. Access to no-cost/low-cost recreational and educational opportunities that focus on helping our youth and residents gain skills in STEAM areas/fields is critical in a neighborhood where 51% of the families are single-parent families. As a board, we are very excited to hear that the Flagstaff City Council is discussing the future use of the Joel Montalvo Park building in Sunnyside. We wish to encourage the council to consider the needs of the neighborhood and the residents that live here in your discussion about this valuable city-owned asset. The SNA is supportive of a use that combines recreational and experiential learning of STEAM fields for our residents and visitors. The Joel Montalvo Park building is a perfect location for this kind of activity. It is in the neighborhood. Sunnyside is a walkable neighborhood where most children walk to and from school. It's adjacent to a park, has a parking lot, and also has plenty of on-street parking. As a board, we are recommending that the City Council issue an RFP for use of the building for this purpose, recreational/educational programming. Thank you. JB DeWitt, Vice President, the Sunnyside Neighborhood Association of Flagstaff. Hello, I'd like to submit a public comment to be read aloud regarding the Joel Montalvo Park building. I understand this is on the agenda for discussion. I live in Sunnyside off of Isabel Street and have 2 kids who are a part of this community as well. I'm always looking for opportunities for them to contribute and learn in the community in which they live. And in Sunnyside, those opportunities are limited. There are some good community sports areas and access to fields, yet there aren't many opportunities for them to engage with their minds. As a parent, I'd love for there to be a place in the community that inspires creativity, resilience, and encourages learning and critical thinking in a diverse and safe environment. This building is an important part of our community, and I believe it could be utilized to provide a safe space for kids and adults to learn, contribute, gather while learning critical skills needed to succeed in our world today. This is the most diverse neighborhood in Flagstaff, and it needs a safe place where kids can grow, learn, and dream bigger. The amount of potential in this neighborhood is amazing, yet it is untapped and uninspired. I'd love to see a place within this community that has those goals in mind and can bring about unique opportunities for the citizens of this neighborhood. Please consider this building for use other than a storage facility and let the community decide what it should be used for. Let us use our voice to improve our communities. Thank you. Sincerely, Melissa Welker, resident of Sunnyside. Dear City Council City Council members, please read the following aloud at the City Council meeting on May 19th, 2020. My name is Amber Rainey, and I currently live in Flagstaff with my husband and 2 boys, ages 4 and 6. I would very much like to see the Joel Montalvo Park building used as a place for my boys and other youth in the community to learn and develop 21st century skills in science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics, STEAM. All youth in our community need the opportunity and resources to imagine, invent, create, collaborate, and think critically about a problem and develop a solution. By designating this building as a STEAM community center, we allow all children to have equal opportunities to gain confidence in digital literacy, mathematical thinking, independent thinking, and perseverance. I personally have seen the joy kids experience while learning in a place I described above. My 2 boys have loved going to Tinkertopia over the last year. There they have learned how to code, how to safely use tools to build a creation of their own, what the insides of a monitor or DVD player contains, and how to collaborate and play with peers they just met. They were able to use microscopes, robots, and other technology they might not have had access to otherwise. We visited Tinkertopia almost once a week and would definitely utilize the Joel Montalvo Park building if it were made into a STEAM center similar to Tinkertopia. Along with being a parent, I am a science teacher of curious students that would use this space. This year, I had students who used Tinkertopia to finish school projects I assigned, such as building a balloon-powered car or creating a diagram of Earth systems. I feel my students would greatly appreciate a place that could help them with school projects or enhance the concepts they are learning at school. Flagstaff prides itself as being a STEM city, so it makes sense to provide our youth with a safe and productive space to gain skills to meet the high standards of our community. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Amber Rainey. To Mayor Evans and the members of the Flagstaff City Council, my name is Angela Price, and I am a mother of 3 children. I feel that there is a missing link in the education system and a lack of hands-on learning in my children's daily curriculum. There is a definite need in Flagstaff, especially in Sunnyside, for a fun environment that sparks kids' creativity and engages their minds in problem-solving, innovation, and critical thinking. We need a space where parents get engaged in their kids' growth and help them harness their individual talents and improve their skills. A building such as the Joel Montalvo Park building would provide the space required for such a wealth of creativity to take place. It could be a learning center that helps growing kids, into energetic, positive, engaged, productive members of society as adults. They say it takes a community to raise a child. Please consider using the Joel Montalvo Park building as a community center that serves the children and families of Flagstaff. Dear members of City Council, I write you today in hopes of drawing your attention to the urgent need for a community and education center in the Sunnyside area of Flagstaff. Sunnyside was my first home after a life-changing move to Flagstaff from New York. From the very first day, this small but homey neighborhood reminded me of Brighton Beach in Brooklyn, New York, where I grew up as a young, at-risk immigrant child. During my formative years, I relied heavily on science and education community centers to explore a variety of career paths, develop digital literacy and STEM skills, and to form long-lasting and meaningful relationships that I cherish to this day. I firmly believe that developing an educational community center in Flagstaff, especially in Sunnyside, will provide much-needed support and opportunities for underrepresented communities. I am grateful for the support I was provided, and I hope Flagstaff will do the same for its children. Sincerely, Anastasia Kobrina. I understand the future use of the Joel Montalvo Park building is under consideration, and I respectfully request that my comments be read aloud and included in the City Council's deliberation process. My name is Natalie Rose, and I am a retired middle school teacher. My experience as a teacher, a parent, and a Flagstaff community member lead me to strongly encourage you to recognize the great benefits our city could reap by converting the subject property into a family education and recreation center devoted to hands-on STEAM. When I was teaching math and science, I seized every opportunity for my students to engage in active, hands-on learning. Children have a natural sense of curiosity and inquisitiveness. Lessons and concepts come alive when children get to explore and build and engage in real-life applications. We all know that time and resources within the school day are limited. There is never as much time as teachers would like for projects and investigations. A community STEAM learning center would provide the much-needed opportunity for students to experience real-life applications of concepts introduced in the classroom and see what they learn in school is useful and valuable. Through field trips and coordinated activities, teachers could even extend lessons with independent project-based learning using the resources of the community center. When we give students extended time to respond to real-world challenges, especially if they need to draw on academic content from multiple disciplines, we are providing some of the best learning experiences possible. This is exactly the setting that a community STEAM center offers. In addition, it offers children the opportunity to practice and become fluent in the vocabulary of scientists and engineers. You would be surprised to see how quickly kids adopt the mindset and use the vocabulary of the engineering design process or the scientific method when they have a reason to do so and they see others are doing the same. We know that we want to engage youth in creativity, critical thought, collaboration, and self-directed learning. The Community STEAM Learning Center offers this opportunity. Plus, it gives the chance for parents and family members to watch and engage with their children in exploring and creating. You might not realize what great fun families have together at a STEAM Learning Center until you see the joy and happiness for yourself. I sincerely hope that Flagstaff will grab the chance to let our youth see that their families and their community value learning and innovation by providing a family center for young people to turn their learning into action. Sincerely, Natalie Rose. Dear Flagstaff City Council, my name is Wendy McBride, and I'm writing about an agenda item regarding the future use of the Joel Montalvo Park building. Flagstaff is known as America's first STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics community. The city should continue to foster community-supported STEM opportunities when they arise. Specifically, I would like to support the use of the Joel Montalvo Park building as a STEM and STEAM, STEM plus the arts, space for Flagstaff youth. Unprecedented and complex challenges lie ahead for our generation, our children's generation. Those future leaders will need skills such as problem solving, creativity, independence, confidence, resilience, and a strong ability to collaborate, critical thinking, and last but not least, a healthy dose of optimism. These are not easily mastered skills. Rather, they require years of practice and the opportunity for trial and error. The Flagstaff community can and should help our children and community develop these skills. This would be both a short and long-term contribution to the city of Flagstaff and, with any luck, even to our larger national and perhaps even our global community. Please dedicate the Joel Montalvo Park building to supporting critical STEM and STEAM development of our youth. I would like this comment to be read aloud during the upcoming City Council meeting. Sincerely, Wendy McBride. Dear Mayor Evans and City Council, it has come to my attention that the fire station in Sunnyside will be repurposed. This is a prime location to build bridges between demographic groups. Sunnyside is known for its density of poverty. However, the fire station is adjacent to the ball field, which is used by many families across socioeconomic groups. Therefore, it is an ideal location for an education-based community center, an inclusive place for children, youth, and families across the socioeconomic and cultural spectrum to gather, connect, and learn together. An educational community center could aid in closing the opportunity gap for many of our highest risk children and youth. The center could also be an information hub connecting families to needed resource support. Most importantly, an educational center has the potential to support youth, children, and families to diversify their social support networks and build resilience. As a Sunnyside parent, educator, and community advocate, I would love to see the fire station repurposed as an educational community center. Sincerely, Renee Redday. Dear Mayor Evans and City Council members, designated community spaces like the Joel Montalvo Park and the Sunnyside neighborhood are a mulch that, through interpersonal interaction, enable individuals to establish solid roots, unfurl broad leaves, and blossom. Such places support healthy communal activities that grow the minds and bodies of youth and communicate both values and life skills across generations. I would like the council to designate the old fire station as a figurative garden where STEAM programming can feed and water the community. Adding this capacity to the existing park would boost its utility and create a more lasting and meaningful community presence. As a parent, I believe in expanding our community capacity, not just school capacity, to teach the next generation critical thinking, creative, technical, and life skills. My own childhood experience at community centers were the crucial mulch that nourished what we now call STEAM skills. I have these skills to thank for a satisfying career at both the USGS and W.L. Gore and Associates. Like me, many Flagstaff residents came here and stayed here because they found community here. Let's support the Sunnyside community by providing long-term center for STEAM education. Thank you for the opportunity to present my opinion. Jeff Balmat. Dear members of the Flagstaff City Council, we write to you today as parents and scientists in our science-loving community. With regard to the Joel Montalvo Park building in Sunnyside, we would like to request this public building be used to house a children's community center for the greater Flagstaff area with emphasis on the Sunnyside community. Children need more than classroom time to pique their interest in science, technology, and the jobs of the future. Community centers provide children opportunities for mentoring, guidance, leadership, and development. They are environments where children can learn skills that will help them in school, university, and beyond. The children of Flagstaff would benefit greatly from the hands-on learning activities and mentoring opportunities provided in a community setting with a science, technology, engineering, math focus. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Julie Crawford, PhD, and James Dreyer, MS. Hello, my name is Sue Hernandez, and I am a Flagstaff resident and the parent of an 11-year-old special needs child. As you may know, Flagstaff was established as a STEM city in 2012. Since that time, we have seen our children not just watch the celebration of the lunar landing, but now they have had the opportunity to picture themselves as the architects of a Mars walk. That is what a STEM city is all about. Educators have worked hard to bring STEM and STEAM, STEM plus the arts, into our schools. However, we need to expand STEAM learning outside of school settings. I see, as a parent of a child that grows and enjoys hands-on STEAM activities, multiple benefits to the old fire station in Sunnyside as a community center that's STEAM-oriented. 21st century skills such as collaboration and perseverance were skills where our non-neurotypical son had fallen behind his peers. After time with his STEAM-based organizations like Tinkertopia Incorporated, his school reported seeing tremendous growth in these and other 21st century skill areas. His grades have gone up in all areas. We need a space in the heart of the community where parents and grandparents can learn along with our children. STEAM environments provide places for children or families, to learn and grow together with 21st century skills like critical thinking and resilience. Please make the Joel Montalvo building accessible, or park building accessible for our children and families to nurture and grow outside of school, as this will benefit all Flagstaff's youth and families. Good evening, Mayor Evans and City Council members. I am Dr. Alice. I think we got this one twice. My apologies, I've already read that one. To Flagstaff City Council regarding Joel Montalvo Park Building. I am writing to ask that the City Council consider designating the Joel Montalvo Park Building as a community center. I understand that the building is currently being used for storage. While I acknowledge that storage is important, I see greater benefits to having a safe, well-supervised center where children and youth could go to be creative, explore new skills, and become confident in their abilities to learn new things. I would love to see this space dedicated to children, but perhaps also having a space where adults could go for meetings or clubs. As a former teacher in the Flagstaff Public Schools for 23 years and a grandmother of 6 children, I can testify to the need for extracurricular activities that build upon children's talents, skills, and knowledge. I would love to see a community center where STEAM skills are reinforced, where young people can engage in collaboration, creativity, and initiative. I can tell you that my 10-year-old grandson's favorite place has been Tinkertopia, which is similar to what I'm envisioning. It has provided opportunities for him to use his imagination and creativity that we have not seen anywhere else in town. He never knows until he gets there what he will be exploring, but he always comes up with a project from just looking around and letting his ideas flow. It would be wonderful if there were a large facility available that would provide opportunities for more children to explore science, the arts, technology, and critical thinking. I hope that you will consider this idea as you investigate repurposing this building. Thank you for your consideration of this idea. Please read this aloud in your meeting. Sincerely, Lana Malone. Dear Mayor Evans and Flagstaff City Council members, as a certified high school mathematics teacher in Arizona, I can attest that opportunities for children to participate in STEAM activities are significantly limited. Given the state of Arizona's education system, these opportunities can serve not only as an adjunct to learning, but rather as an important component that can fill in the gaps not addressed in the school setting. As the parent of a 6-year-old daughter, I am always seeking opportunities for her to engage in hands-on STEAM activities. In today's current climate, it is important for children to grow into adults with well-developed critical thinking skills, the ability to collaborate with others, persistence when the challenge is difficult, and the resilience to continue on in the face of defeat. As a community member and a resident of the city of Flagstaff, I would love to see a community center that serves youth in developing the aforementioned skills, supporting creativity, innovation, and the digital literacy skills that are so desperately needed in the 21st century. As a former Sunnyside resident, I can think of no better neighborhood to host such a center, and I urge you to consider designating the Joel Montalvo Park Building such a place. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, A. Sunshine Kaufman. To whom it may concern. My name is Michael Capizzi, and I am a former high school teacher and parent in Flagstaff. I would like to comment on the use of the old Sunnyside Fire Station. I appreciate it may be serving a purpose right now for storage, but I believe that there is a much more meaningful use for space like this. The Sunnyside neighborhood would benefit greatly from more community space, especially for youth, and the fire station would make a great community center where kids can have another forum to develop critical 21st century skills like creativity, collaboration, critical thinking, and many more. I have seen over the last 2 years how much Tinkertopia, also in the Sunnyside neighborhood and focused on many of the skills I mentioned previously, has grown in popularity, and this is proof of the demand for such a space in a town like Flagstaff that it prides itself on fostering these critical skills. Thank you, Michael. Excuse me, one moment. I think I have one more comment. Yes. To whom it may concern. In regard to the topic of the Joel Montalvo building, I believe this building could continue to benefit the community. The Hal Jensen Recreation Center has provided the community with an area for our youth to engage with their community. The Joel Montalvo building can continue to provide this service as well. With the opening of this building to the community for youth and nonprofit organizations to engage the youth in a central location, to have open availability for the youth to play games with others, socialize, and be provided with a safe space rather than be subjected to the outside conditions during winter and summer months. This space should also be able to be utilized to nonprofits who support the youth and empowering them with skills and engagement with others, such as Tinkertopia. Being able to provide the community with a new location to be supported would be beneficial to the community. Though it would not solve the issues of no supervision for teenagers in the community, it would provide a safe space for them to be supported with more resources. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you, Claire Contreras. And I believe that is the final public comment on this topic.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Drum, for that. I appreciate you being able to go through all of those public comment cards. We are going to go first to Mr. McCarthy and then to Mr. Odegaard.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I think we just heard that there is a lot of community support for what I'll call a community learning center. And I definitely include myself amongst those, even though I didn't write a letter. I do have one practical question, maybe for Ms. Sayers. Has the city thought through where they will accomplish the things that are currently being done in that building? I'm sure that a community learning center is higher priority. However, there are needs that are being met there. How will those be met if we repurpose?
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. We have not fully thought that through. We do have some options. Of course, we have the Thorpe Park Maintenance Yard. We might have some storage availability out at the Core Services Maintenance Facility. We would need to work through that process pending council's direction tonight.
So, I'm only one person, but I believe that it would be worth having staff at least look into how they could accomplish those needs somewhere else, and then maybe repurpose this as a community learning center. That might be done through a request for public comment or request for proposals, whatever. But anyway, there's a lot of support for it, and it actually makes a lot of sense. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Odegaard?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm going along with Councilmember McCarthy. This park, the Joe Montalvo Park, is really shaping up to be a nice asset for the community of Sunnyside. I drive by there nearly every day. It's a beautiful ball field that's there. It's a beautiful parking lot that was created with the CDBG funds, and now the Mosaic Public Art, and it has bathrooms there. And now the firehouse itself is starting to look a little bit of a sore thumb with everything else that's happened in that park. So I'm all in favor of repurposing that building to something that would benefit the community in some format, maybe educational. I like that idea of it as being an educational center for the community. So it might be some challenging of kind of sprucing up the building, but I'd say let's throw out a request of what can be done with that building and providing an educational format to the community. And so I'm looking forward to seeing that building repurposed. So thank you, Mayor.
Council? I'm going to need for all of council to weigh in on this one. Ms. Whelan, followed by Mr. Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. As I look at these pictures, there's one thing missing, and that's children. So I am 100% behind this. I do understand that Parks and Rec are giving up something, so that would be a priority to make sure that they find that space that they do need. But this location, this chance that we have to give a public building back to the public is just exciting to me. And the Parks and Rec have done such a beautiful job in this whole area. I think this is the next complementing piece. And whatever I can do to support Parks and Rec in finding that space, I certainly will. But this opportunity, this is changing lives opportunity, and I'm 100% behind it. Thank you, Mayor.
I have the Vice Mayor, followed by Ms. Salas.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep my comments brief. I fully support everything that has been said so far by my colleagues on council and by the members of the public. I think that this is a great location for such an effort to become a community center for youth specifically. And I look forward to seeing the return of the RFP in the future. Thank you.
Ms. Salas, followed by Mr. Aslan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm grateful for an actively engaged conversation and discussion. I'm in support of the use of the facility focused on an expanded recreation, active learning, and youth development space focused on STEAM education and STEAM learning for youth and their families. Thank you.
Mr. Aslan. Mr. Aslan. Mr. Aslan. I feel like Mr. Aslan does not have his, I think he's on mute. So I'm going to go ahead and jump in before Mr. Aslan. And I just want to say that I'm extremely... Mr. Aslan?
Hello there. My work phone died and I was using it as a hotspot, so I lost you guys for a second. I'm definitely supportive of using this building for a new purpose, educationally related, and I really like the idea of a STEM or a STEAM educational center. I did want to give due diligence to some questions, though, and just play devil's advocate for a second, and maybe get a response from maybe even you, Mayor, or someone from Parks and Rec. Regarding the proximity of the Hal Jensen Recreation Center. Now, I do believe that these two locations can offer different services to the community. And maybe they're not as close as they would at first appear, especially in such a dense neighborhood. But I just want to hear someone talk about making sure that there isn't overlap in the services that are being provided, and that we are in fact at capacity over at Hal Jensen in terms of what it's able to do to provide amenities for the children and the neighborhood, and that we do indeed need a new facility in the same region that can be synergistic with that and provide additional support to the community.
So I don't know if staff wants to speak first, but I definitely have some thoughts about that, Mr. Aslan.
I'd love to hear that.
So I'll just go ahead and start. Thank you so much for the questions. I am really excited to see the direction that this conversation has taken. I will tell you that the Sunnyside neighborhood, both the neighborhood and the organization, has wanted Old Fire Station number 2 to be a community center since it was decommissioned. In fact, there is a letter that is somewhere in an office that was sent by Mayor Joe Donaldson talking about the fact that this would be a community center once the fire station was gone. There is a big difference between Hal Jensen and this particular concept that we're talking about. I will tell you that I had the opportunity to run a career center, a program that was funded through CDBG out of the Hal Jensen Recreation Center. And the Hal Jensen Recreation Center is just that. It is a recreation center. It is a place for the kiddos and young adults to go. There's a weight room, there's pool tables, there's tennis courts. It's really focused on physical activity. It was very difficult to run a career training center in that environment because they're two different things. We were very successful and we were able to do it for like almost 10 years, but really the two uses are very different. And at times, quite frankly, they were not necessarily compatible. When you look at the Sunnyside neighborhood, you have 10% of the city's population, which is just under 7,500 people. And those were individuals that were counted during the last census. The last census also started right the same week that SB 1070 was signed into law. So there's a lot of questions about whether or not everybody wanted to be counted. And we have a high immigrant population in that neighborhood. You have 10% of the city's population live in that neighborhood. You have 51% of the families that are single parent families. 72% of the kiddos that live in that neighborhood live in poverty. 25% of the people that live there are linguistically isolated, and something like 56 to 57% are they live in a situation where they pay more for their housing than they should pay for it. I don't really think that you can have duplication of services when you have that dense of a population and those types of needs. If anything, you need more services. And it might be that you'll find some aspects of two different centers that overlap. But when you have, again, that many people living in challenging situations, I think that it's important to point out that having additional services is not a bad thing. I also think that it's important to really point out what some of the people said in their comments. You know, it's great, and usually in a low-income neighborhood, you got a lot of basketball courts. You know, you have those types of opportunities, but it is very rare for you to have an opportunity that is in the STEM or STEAM, realms. It's very rare for people who live in poverty and those types of situations to have the opportunity to talk directly with the scientists, to dream about being a scientist. I walked into Tinkertopia, and I met a little boy who looked at me and he said, "My name is Inventor." And he wanted to be an inventor. And I think he was like maybe 7 or 8. That's a rare thing. And so also when it comes to internet and that type of connectivity, you know, a lot of times people talk about broadband, and definitely it's an issue in rural Arizona and rural America. It's an issue in Sunnyside. The fact of the matter is a lot of people cannot afford the $60+ a month that you need to have internet connection. I was in a meeting where the superintendent of schools, Mr. Pensa, was talking about the fact that KILP is trying to throw their internet even farther out into the parking lot, kind of the conversation that we had during budget. So I would just say that those are some of the reasons why I think that this is not a duplication of services. This is an enhancement, a great enhancement to that neighborhood. And this is something, again, the neighborhood has been asking for use of that building since that building was decommissioned when we moved the fire stations around.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I hope it's clear enough on its face that I totally agree with you and broadly support everything you're saying. It seemed to me that some of those arguments needed to be made out loud, and I appreciate you being able to do that so articulately.
Well, I appreciate you asking me because I wasn't planning on talking given the direction, but I do appreciate you saying that those need to be articulated. I believe that we have a 7-0 in moving this particular project forward. And so, City Manager.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I had to take my mask off.
Do you feel like you got direction on that item?
We have a really clear direction. Thank you for a thoughtful discussion. Let us wrestle with this a little bit at the staff level. I think there's been good direction given, not just with regard to the repurposing, but also inviting staff to come up with some options to relocate its facilities that are currently using that building. So I think next steps would be for us to report back to you and start the formative process of putting an RFP together. But this is something that we will continue to check back with council on as we march forward.
I do appreciate that. I have a question. I want to go back to Ms. Drum. I believe that there was a public comment card from United Way of Northern Arizona, and it might be a moot point because I think we've already have council direction, but I would like to make sure that that card was read.
I am searching right now, Mayor. Give me just one moment. I believe I remember seeing one also. Hold on, let me. Yes, here is this one. I'm sorry, I missed that. It was misfiled. But I would love to read that. Hello. The United Way of Northern Arizona is requesting the following statement to be read at your upcoming meeting on May 19th, 2020. The United Way of Northern Arizona fully supports expanding educational opportunities for our children. Our Step Up for Youth initiative is focused on making lasting changes that will impact generations to come by investing in the power and potential of our children. We want a future where our youth become ever more successful and resilient, particularly those who have been underserved in the past, by increasing their access to the programs and initiatives that will ensure that success. Therefore, we support the conversion of the Joel Montalvo Park building into a community center. Transforming this facility into a place that promotes skills and creativity for our youth will allow them to live fuller lives, access the jobs of tomorrow, and not just survive, but thrive. Please let me know if you need anything further from us. Thanks in advance, Carol. Carol Dykes, President and CEO, United Way of Northern Arizona.
Okay, well, thank you. So we're going to go ahead then and move forward with the meeting. We're now down to item number 9. This is council liaison reports. This would be for any commissions and boards that we sit on in our capacity as city council members. Is there anyone with a liaison report for tonight? Oh, Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. As I'm a liaison to BPAC, there was a meeting on May 11th, done basically via Zoom. There was 2 action items that the commission discussed and moved forward. One action item was concerning British red phone booths that been converted to tiny libraries by Mr. Jake Bacon. There was a lot of discussion among the commission concerning placement for the red phone booths. It was moved forward for further discussion and further information of the possibility of using the idea of these British red phone booths as a tiny library, maybe sprinkled in the downtown area, or maybe putting one at the library, or maybe even putting one at certain schools around town. So there's going to be more discussion in the future on that item. And then there's also an action item as a kind of a pilot program using vinyl wrap art on they're called those boxes that are around town, those kind of infrastructure boxes concerning lighting. They're kind of all metal, and usually they get tagged or something, and they're going to do a pilot program of putting these vinyl wraps of art around these metal boxes that you see at intersections. They're going to do 2 locations, one up on Cedar Avenue at the entrance of Buffalo Park, and the other one is going to be corner of Butler and San Francisco Street on the south side. To give this vinyl wrap a try and see how it does and how receptive the community is. And then one other item that we will see this summer is we're going to see some color downtown with flower planters that will be hung from the decorative light poles downtown. So, and that's a wrap. We haven't had a meeting concerning Transportation Commission yet. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. The Diversity Commission was scheduled to meet today, but I believe had to cancel because of a lack of a quorum. But I look forward to the next meeting that we have. Mayor, you and I, along with city leadership, did sit in and partake and facilitate and host this most recent Alliance meeting. And Mayor, I'm going to defer to you for the update on what was said, but there was a lot of different things covered by a bunch of different agencies, from FUSD to CCC to NAU, the county, and of course we were there to give updates. That's all I had. Thank you.
Ms. Salas?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yesterday, I participated in the remote meeting with the Parks and Recreation Commission. So there were some updates on council action on COVID-19, and then the recent opening of the the tennis courts and the dog parks, and also an update on the re-entry plan, which we are now on phase 2, which I believe is in the city manager's report. And with respect to our parks and recreation facility, we are scheduled to have some of the park amenities like play structures and swing set and restrooms will be open. And so it's all in the city manager's report on the re-entry program. And then 3 weeks ago, I also participated in the Sister Cities International, Flagstaff Sister Cities International, which is kind of transforming into its own nonprofit. And myself, Heidi Hansen, our Economic Vitality Director, our Discover Flagstaff / Tourism Director, Trace Ward, and our international visitation manager, Sherry Lamont, are on the board, along with some representatives from NAU and Gail Jackson of Econa are on the board. So we'll be having our meeting next week for more updates. So the Flagstaff Cities International will be its own nonprofit. Yeah. Thank you.
We have a follow-up question real quick from Ms. Salas, and then I'll go to Ms. Whelan.
Yeah.
Mr. Odegaard?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I have a question for Ms. Salas. Do we have a sister city in Sonora, Mexico? And I can't remember what discussion this was concerning, but since there's so much, trade activity, visitation activity with Sonora, Mexico, and I can't remember, maybe it was you, Ms. Salas, that made a suggestion that it would be nice to maybe have a sister city in Sonora, Mexico.
Well, right now we don't have an active sister city. Flagstaff used to have 5 sister cities in every continent. But my marching orders from the mayor is to find us a sister city in Mexico. It's also to strengthen our U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade agreement, and also strengthen our, educational institutions. So, and toward the end of February, Mr. Ward and I attended the U.S.-Mexico Sister Summit in El Paso, and Trace and I had initially made connection with the sister city in charge of 4th Ward, who connected us to a tentative or prospective sister city. But everything is introductions, and the first move to have a sister city is to come up with its own support organization, which is the nonprofit, and which we have organized. I believe it has been registered as a nonprofit with the Arizona Corporation, and next step will have a 501c3 status.
Well, thank you, Ms. Ellis. I appreciate that information.
Yeah.
I want to go to Mr. Dilley first, followed by Ms. Hanson on this particular item. Mr. Dilley?
Thank you, Mayor, and members of the council. Sure appreciate the engagement of Councilmember Salas on the Sister Cities side. Mayor, as I was listening to Councilmember Salas, my mind quickly reflected back on an event we attended together in Puerto Penasco, an AMC summit of sorts. And there was kind of a natural link between, I can't remember the community. I don't know if it's Hermosillo or Community South, but there were universities that NEU were kind of linking up with in Sonora. And I just thought maybe that would make sense. I know we don't have any existing sister cities right now, but I know that NAU has been talking and linking up with some universities in Sonora that might make sense to investigate anyway. Thanks.
I'm going to go to Ms. Hanson, and then I'll weigh in and just follow up with a few comments. Ms. Hanson?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, the Flagstaff Sister Cities Board has been established. Our president is Lisa E. White, and she is somebody that has major knowledge, 20 years knowledge of working with sister cities. Currently, she's helped the Scottsdale Sister City program, which has an amazing amount of sister cities. So she's the president of the board. Sheila Anders, who is at NAU and works in the Center for International Education, is our treasurer. Caesar Flores, who's also at the Center for International Education at NAU, is our vice president. And Trace Ward, our CVB director, is our secretary. We have, just like Councilmember Salas mentioned, she is a member. Mayor, you are actually a liaison member. And Ryan Kennedy from Little America Hotel, who does travel trade, is a member. Sherry Lamont, our international travel trade representative for the CVB, is a member. And Gail Jackson from Econa is a member. We're going to be working as a group now that we have our logo, our brand established, and our website. We're going to be working on what Councilmember Salas said, and that is getting our 501c3 finished. It's almost through the finish line. And then at our next meetings, which we'll be meeting monthly, we will be discussing what would be the best sister cities for Flagstaff in connection to the fact that we want them to have the education piece as well as the visitation piece. And so we've already discussed as a team from the conferences that Trace Ward and Councilmember Salas went to, that Mexico and Canada would probably be our first countries that we would look at to establish some sister cities. Very well aware of what NAU's relationship is already in Mexico and might be utilizing some of that. But again, we don't want to just do the education piece. We also want to have the visitation piece. And then we'll be establishing some other sister cities in other countries. Again, Councilmember Salas and the mayor will be able to update you accordingly, but very happy to see the progress that we've made in the last 6 months.
Ms. Salas, did you have something?
Yes, Madam Mayor, and thanks, Heidi, for the discussion. Sister cities are formed mayor to mayor. That's why I said my marching orders from the mayor, and the sister cities nonprofit will be the organization that supports the program. And Sister Cities International is established to promote peace through mutual respect, understanding, and cooperation. So again, so after all the legwork from our partners, Heidi and our NAU partners and our members of the board of the Flagstaff Sister Cities, Sister Cities will only be entered into an agreement between mayors. Thank you.
And so I just want to follow up and also just put a couple of what I think are finer points on this discussion. First of all, thank you very much, Ms. Salas, for taking the lead on this. You and I had an extensive conversation about it, and I was really excited that you agreed to assist me in this capacity, and you are doing an awesome job. I'm really excited about the work that you're doing. I want to say also thank you, Mr. Odegaard, for sparking the conversation, because I do think that Ms. Salas just said something that's extremely important. So the Sister City programs really work mayor to mayor. That is extremely critical. Now, back in the day, when Mayor Joe Donaldson was our mayor, she is right in saying that we had 5 sister cities in every continent. What happened, and the reason why we do not have any active sister cities at this particular time, at least in my opinion, is that over the years, as we've gone through different downturns and different budget cuts, that program has been virtually eliminated. And so at the height of the program, Mayor Joe Donaldson had about $30,000 that was allocated to maintaining these sister city relationships. Then in 2008, when we had the economic downturn, that went to zero. And then over the years, you can see what has happened to our sister city program. And so I think that's important for council to realize as you all move forward in the next coming years that definitely sister cities are more than just about having the opportunity to trade different, memorabilia from city to city. It's also about the connection when it comes to education, economic development, and commerce and culture between the different cities. You know, Mr. Dilley and I had the opportunity to be there in Mexico with Northern Arizona University, and we spoke to many universities there because of the connection that NAU has with education in Mexico, specifically in Hermosillo and that region, and they all were like, please pick us. We also had the opportunity to go down with the Arizona-Mexico Commission and interact with that group. And they were like, please pick us. I think it's really important when we note the economics between Sonora and Arizona. Sonora is Arizona's #1 trading partner. And in the wintertime here in Flagstaff, I know that we all have seen the amount of cars that we have coming from Sonora, Mexico. So I just wanted to just mention those things. Again, tell Miss Salas and Miss Hanson, thank you for the work that you're doing on this. And just to remind council that moving forward, again, you know, part of having that relationship is having the money to actually go and talk to people face to face and to bring them here. Oh, before I end, I know myself and Miss Jackson, who is now on loan to Econa, but she was in the role of business attraction and retention manager. I believe that was the correct title. We had the opportunity to go to Mexico, and we were with a group of women there, women entrepreneurs, and they were excited, and they were like, we want to be a sister city, and they wanted to actually come here to Flagstaff. They have done this in Tucson and in Phoenix. I think there's a group of 35 women entrepreneurs. They all own their own businesses, and they're very successful. They actually wanted to come up here to Flagstaff and interact with women entrepreneurs here in Flagstaff. And then they wanted the women here to go to Mexico and do a workshop or a conference down there for other ladies. So these are the types of opportunities that are available to us. We just need to get a sister city and move forward with it. So, Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few things. We've been attending those updates from the county, and I just wanted to mention that Mr. Eric Peterson did talk to us about what was going on federally, and he mentioned the HEROES bill, which is a $3 trillion bill. And the importance of this, right now it's in the House. It's probably going to be stuck in the Senate. But the request was, and I see the value in it, and I'm sure you will, to work with our representatives and our lobbyists on the importance of this bill, because this bill will actually come into the state and right to local governments. So unlike the CARES Act, where it went directly to the state in most cases, this will allow for local jurisdictions to decide what is best for themselves. So I think that's a very important thing. The other thing I wanted to bring up is that our House is meeting and they are working on some bills that I think we need to keep our eye on and either support or express our lack of support. So I would like to see that happening in our meetings again. I know we've kind of we've given Jack a few times off and Todd, but I think it's time to bring them back. The other piece is very exciting, beautiful book from the NACOG SEDS, or from the Economic Development Strategy. That comprehensive report is done and finalized and finally came out. So it's a vision of from 2020 to 2025. And the purpose is to bring together public and private sectors to hopefully build a framework that guides development and a thriving regional economy. So it's a great book, lot of valuable information. It was done before the COVID-19, but the committee also believes that it will assist communities like ours in our post-COVID recovery. So
thank you. I see that there's a comment from Ms. Drum.
Thank you, Mayor. Council members, I wanted to let you know that we, Public Affairs and Jack and Sarah in particular, have been actively tracking the HEROES bill and have been lobbying for and advocating on the city's behalf for the type of funding that would come directly to our local jurisdictions and be available. I think this is of particular importance for the city, but be available for revenue loss reimbursement, which, as you're aware, we can't do with the CARES Act. And we are also, so we are actively tracking that. And we just finalized a letter this afternoon for Senator McSally. So that will be going out hopefully tomorrow. And as for the legislative update, I can certainly, understanding the House is back in session, but not the Senate. There is a little bit of uncertainty as to what that's going to look like for those bills that the House is considering. But I can work with Jack and Sarah, or Jack in particular, on the state side, and make sure we get out another update to y'all before the weekend, knowing that we're going into a holiday weekend.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to also mention two things as well. You know, the Vice Mayor talked about the Alliance meeting, but before we go to that, I would like to call on Ms. Hanson. ECONA board meeting, I had the opportunity to attend that board meeting, and there was a great discussion. Our Senator Sinema called into that meeting, and we had a candid conversation with her. And Ms. Hanson, what were some takeaways from that meeting that you could share with council?
Mayor, Council, Heidi Hansen. So basically, like the mayor talked about, Senator Sinema was there to give a brief update about what's happening in their relation to COVID-19. And then we were able to hear from some key business sector leaders. We had the plant manager from Joy-Con. We had the owner, Michael, from Mother Road Brewing. We had Northern Arizona Healthcare, the marketing officer and business development and marketing officer there. We had W.L. Gore, and they were all talking about what's happened, what's been the impact of COVID-19, and how they were wanting to look at what is the road to recovery. And what was great about that conversation was we were able to get viewpoints from not just top 20 employers, but the other employers that make up Flagstaff. And so what we were able to share was that Jeff Hall from Lowell Observatory had already previously reached out to the mayor and started a group called Flag Safe. And we were able to add a lot of these leaders after this meeting, or Gail Jackson rather, was able to add a lot of these leaders to that Flag Safe group so that we can all strategize together on how best to move Flagstaff forward as we continue to open and rebound. And then Gail, of course, offered her Econa update. This update is pretty interesting. She talks about potential business that wants to come into Flagstaff, or let's say our business attraction staff person wasn't able to interest them in Flagstaff because maybe they need to use too much water or they were landlocked or something like that. Gail talks about how she took the lead over and was able to look at it for the region. Currently, what she shared, there is nothing that we can talk about publicly, but that she is working on several leads that could turn into high wage jobs for the area. And these are jobs that would actually come back in and utilize the amenities in Flagstaff. As we hear more from Gail, we can share that. And then we had member updates. Keith Watkins from Arizona Commerce Authority explained a lot of the things that are happening with the services that they're providing our small businesses. A lot of it is stuff that they've also heard from Coconino County, from Chris Pastors, the Economic Development Manager, and how he holds those every week, and I know that you're aware of those. So it was basically kind of regurgitating what's out there for small businesses and how they can apply. And then, of course, the mayor spoke a little bit about what the city's efforts are. I explained a little bit what's going on with the airport. And then we ended with Dr. Chang talking about Northern Arizona University, the status of what they're working on. She did share that they were toying with a $100 million issue, and I know that continues to change. And she talked about the work that they're doing to try to get fall semester up and rolling, realizing that they're going to have a lack of international students. And then she also talked about the research that Paul Keim and a bunch of them are working on for COVID. So, Mayor, in a nutshell, that was what the meeting was about. Some of it the council is already very privy to, and some of it is still in the making when Gail is working on leads with our staff. And as soon as we have the ability to share any of that, we will. But right now, most of it's in confidential status.
Okay, thank you. We have a question, Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor. That sounds like a very informative meeting. Was the minimum wage discussed at all at that meeting?
Mayor, Councilmember Whelan, I will say that there were a few of the businesses that were asked to speak shared a little bit about how it wasn't just the COVID crisis that was affecting them. It is the fact that before that they were dealing with the minimum wage increases, but I wouldn't be able to remember off the top of my head who they were. That is information I could get from Gail Jackson, who they take meeting minutes, and we could get you that information. I can't remember specifically who had brought that conversation up, but it was talked a little bit about.
I wonder if you wouldn't mind doing that, Heidi. I think it's probably going to be a discussion that we're all going to be. I'm not sure, but if you could get that information, or at least what are people thinking around it, and how will that impact them, and if there's anything we can do to help them through that.
Sure. Mayor, Councilmember Whelan, I will reach out to Gail Jackson and get those minutes, and I will make sure the city manager can share that with you.
Thank you.
Then I want to circle back to Vice Mayor's comment. So myself, the Vice Mayor, as well as our entire leadership team, our city manager and two deputies, had the opportunity to virtually host the first Alliance meeting for this session. We are the host for this year, and it's a quarterly meeting. the takeaway, the main takeaway that I got, and I would ask the vice mayor and as well as our city manager to weigh in, is that COVID-19 has definitely created a financial difficulty for all of the partners. The partners being Northern Arizona University, CCC, Coconino Community College, Flagstaff Unified School District, NAPTA, the City of Flagstaff, and Coconino County. The discussion really talked about the financial impacts and the openings, how people were opening, and what we saw happening. At that particular time, NAU shared the fact that they are looking at not doing in person for the first summer semester, but they are trying to get back to some type of in-person classes for the second semester. They're hoping to have classes in the fall as well, but there's definitely still worries about COVID and it coming back, and the fact that people are very nervous about sending their kids to college. And so we talked about furloughs, we talked about layoffs, revenues. We talked about the city of Flagstaff is currently in the middle of a recession plan. We're on step 2 of that. And just really the difficulties that we see coming up when it comes to how do we meet all the needs of the constituents that we serve in this new thing. We talked a lot about the schools, talked about internet, and we found some synergy there in that the school district talked about the fact that people are driving up to parking lots in schools. They're trying to access any type of Wi-Fi for the kids to go to school, as well as for people to go to work, to be on the internet, pay bills and things like that. The city talked about the fact that we see that in our library parking lot and how we had the discussion to try to figure out how we can get it to the west side parking lot. NAU has seen a lot of that as well. And so there is the idea that maybe we all can come back as partners and try to do something that would be more citywide when it comes to free Wi-Fi for individuals. Vice Mayor, did you have anything to add?
Mayor, I think you summed it up pretty well. I had brought up a concern about, just more of a question about NAU's practices with testing. And I was wondering if there's any kind of effort going along with what U of A was doing in terms of campus-wide testing, and they said that they were going to look into that. And but I think you covered most of it, most everything.
To put a finer point on that, when it came to testing, NAU was talking about the test and the fact that those tests are $50 per test, and that you have to do the test a total of 3 times, and you do it on a weekly basis or something like that. So they went into an in-depth conversation when it came to the testing and the cost. And City Manager, did you want to add anything?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In my report to you and the council, there's a pretty detailed summary of the outcomes of the Alliance meeting. And I thought it was a very successful meeting and a lot of topics covered. I don't want to belabor what is written down in the report, but if council would like a good snapshot of what was discussed, it's in the report, and I'm glad to highlight anything that you'd like me to.
Thank you for that, City Manager.
Absolutely.
So if there's nothing else, we're going to go ahead and move down our agenda. We're going to go to item number 10. This is future agenda item request. We have one fair item. That's number 10A. It's a future agenda item request of fair. A request by Councilmember Whelan to place on a future agenda a discussion regarding BBB appropriations. Ms. Whelan?
Thank you, Mayor. So I think it's time to have a discussion, especially with this council. And I'm looking for 2 other members interested in having this discussion. And it's based on, well, do you want me to go into why, Mayor, or should I just see if 2 other people are interested?
I think you're going to have to give them something to make people interested.
Okay. So in 1988, the BB tax was first adopted by Flagstaff voters, and it was a 2% levy against gross sales of hotels, motels, restaurants, bars, campgrounds, etc. A 10-year period went by, and in 1996, the BB tax was renewed for a 15-year period. And at that time, 8 years later, the allocation was looked at and it was changed. Since then, 14 years have gone by, and in 2020, it was renewed, but those allocations have not been looked at or assessed. Is this the will of our community? Is it doing what we wanted it to do? So now we're 10 years later. So a total of 24 years have gone by with the same allocations. And what I'm suggesting is that perhaps it's time to take a look at what those allocations are. If there's an interest in our community, which would mean an interest in our council, to open up a discussion to see if we are still going in a direction that they want us to go in with that tax. So that's why I'm asking for two other individuals so we can open up a discussion.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Whelan. Council, are there two other individuals who are interested?
Mayor,
so I see. I'm going to go to the Vice Mayor first, and then I'll go to you, Mr. Aslan. Okay. And Mr. Aslan, I believe you have a fair item request, and that would be during.
2-4. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to go to Vice Mayor first.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Whelan, for bringing this forward. I agree with your comments, and I do look forward to that discussion. And I definitely think that this council should look into this. Thank you.
Mr. Aslan?
I was just going to say, if it is indeed true, and I have no reason to suspect otherwise, what Ms. Whelan said about it's been 24 years since we've taken a second look at those appropriations, I feel like it would be very appropriate for us to do so.
Does anyone else want to weigh in? Well, it looks like there's a total of 3 people who are interested in having that conversation, so it looks like it will move forward. I would just ask the city clerk to provide the Flagstaff City Council with all the background information on this so that everyone's prepared for the conversation.
Mayor, a comment about that. The last CCR that was done was in 2017. And it provides a lot of history, but I wonder if it need not be updated in some way. So take a look at that.
And what would need to be updated in it?
Well, certainly the graphs would need to be updated, the monies, things like that.
Okay. So, City Manager, do you have everything?
Madam Mayor, Council, so we streamlined our fair process, and at this point, we will go ahead and slate this for an agenda item. The city clerk will get this on the calendar accordingly, and we'll prepare at the staff level to provide you all the information, including the updated CCR, as background material for that discussion when it does occur.
And it'll be an updated CCR?
Yes. Mr. City Manager, you sure did expedite things. I was taken back to see it on the agenda, so thank you.
Indeed.
And that CCR will be updated before we have the discussion, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. McCarthy?
One question I will have is if we have this discussion, is this something we could put on the ballot this November? Or would this be something that would have to wait till 2020 or 21, whatever? That would be my question when the time comes.
And I think that would have to wait until 2022 because it'd have to come through a general election, I believe. The city clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, you're correct. Technically speaking, we could put it on for the November 2020 election, but we are right up against the timeline for that. So I don't think we would be in a position to prepare adequately to put a question on this year. So 2022 would be the next time that we could look at that.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Whelan?
You know, Mayor, I would have to agree with that because I think community voice would also be a very important piece, and I know that takes time. So, thank you.
And so I just want to weigh in on this. I know that we've had the conversation about the BBB taxes before, and I want to let everyone know that I'm looking forward to the conversation. There's direction to have the conversation. But I do think what Mr. McCarthy just pointed out is extremely important. We're going to start this conversation with this council. This is not going to go on a ballot before November 2022. And there's no reason for us not to have a conversation. But just know that the community is going to need to weigh in heavily on this. And I suspect that because we're in an ever-evolving situation right now, it might be that we have a conversation in August or October about BBB that will be extremely different from the community sentiment a year from now. So I just want to make sure that council is aware of that. Not saying that we shouldn't have the conversation because we're definitely going to have it, but just pointing that out. Okay, moving down. We have the city manager's report, and this is item number 11.
Thank you,
City Manager, was there anything in here you want to call out?
Yes, please. Very briefly, it was a very thick report this time, and I will not cover the items as I typically do not. But I wanted to let you know that the items that were discussed, and there I'm pulling up the report as we speak, bear with me. There are some items that I believe would be of interest for council, so I would invite you, if you have not read the report, to do so at your leisure. Specifically, and I have it in front of me now, thank you. Some update with respect to ongoing discussions with Downtown Business Alliance and very productive discussions on a number of fronts, including the need to be reopening our restrooms, which is happening soon. More on that in a second. And some parking allowances for pickup services. And you have a map that illustrates where that activity is. It segues into a discussion that I would also invite you to read about the misdemeanor activity and specifically the significant uptick in activity that we are seeing throughout the community, but notably in the downtown area. I excerpted some language from our police chief and his colleagues on that. Please give that a read. I think it's very relevant and very timely. You touched upon the Alliance meeting. As I mentioned, there's a page and a half of summary from that meeting. Read that at your leisure and you can see what we discussed last week. It was a very good meeting. Then some miscellaneous updates from some of the divisions, including the fire department, law enforcement, with some life-saving measures that were noted that I think are significant, and I would invite you to give that a read. These are recent occurrences that are kind of shocking stories with very good outcomes. So please give that your attention if you will. Also an update from Public Works. And on community development, I will just note that there's a nice capital projects update that is appended to the report. Management services, some updates there, but the takeaway there is that we have been meeting frequently and regularly with respect to the issuance of certificates of participation, and this goes to the unfunded pension liability. Our most recent meetings on that occurred this morning. We had 2 of them. So there's a lot of discussion and preparation and behind the scenes work going on with the Stiefel team and our city finance team with respect to that. Some updates from the airport, an update regarding the graduation parade, which is next week on May 29th, rather. Please give that a look. And finally, a summary of the recovery roundtables that are now occurring courtesy of our public affairs section. Today we had a roundtable that concerned the reentry approach, and both Shannon Anderson and myself had that discussion along with Jessica Drum. And that is my segue into the item that I would like to call out for discussion, which is the reentry plan. You have in your packet, appended to my report, a draft reentry plan that has been getting a lot of attention and legwork at the staff level. We had our most recent meeting on that today. And at this point, the reentry plan draft that you have in front of you is kind of the broad, all-encompassing plan that will govern the organization as we have our reentry and start reopening facilities. We are referring to it as a reentry plan because it's, of course, needs to be noted that we have never closed our operations. Some of our buildings have been closed, but the city operations have continued quite successfully, in my opinion. I would like to invite Shannon Anderson to speak to the reentry plan, just to give council a quick snippet of what that looks like, and then we can entertain any questions that you may have. This, of course, is of high interest to the public. Shannon, if you're ready, this would be a good time to take it over, if you don't mind.
Sure. Thank you, Greg. So just to highlight a few things, we did develop a team of employees to finalize the city's reentry plan. We had one meeting this week, and then we'll have a handful of them next week in order to try and get that accomplished. It is a general guidance for the organization on the public's reentry into city facilities as well as properties. It's broken down into 4 phases, and then we'll have additions for specific facility information. So this way, guidelines for different types of areas such as the aquaplex or the library can be called out in specificity. The city will consider moving from one phase to another with a 14-day decline of new cases in the Flagstaff area. We'll be monitoring the number of new cases in Flagstaff as published by the Coconino County Health and Human Services Department, as well as what we learn through our daily emergency operation calls. We're currently in phase 2, which does include opening of some of the city park amenities. So you'll see that in the document on the front page. Certainly we can answer any questions that you might have on specific amenities that will be opening in those dates. We are getting the indoor facilities ready by adding physical dividers at customer service counters, providing spacing prompts in the lobby areas, indicating, where you stand to be 6 feet apart from one another, as well as where you enter and exit facilities. There's additional cleaning going on, distribution of the necessary PPE, and then we're getting thoughts together about what information needs to be shared with employees as well as that training. So those are the things that we're currently working on. I'll actually be meeting with Joanne Keene, one of the deputy county managers, on Friday so that we can compare notes and share ideas as well.
I believe Ms. Whelan has a comment or a question.
I do. Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager. I can't tell you how I really appreciated the information, the hero section, the CIP reports, Just an excellent report. Your mention of the Flag PD and fire information. So it was a wealth of information. I'd like to thank you and
Okay. Anything else?
No, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Whelan, for your comments. I'm just here to answer any questions that you may have. These reports, again, are kind of self-explanatory and certainly informational, but if you have any questions or need any elaboration, just let me know. Thank you.
Mayor, I did turn off my microphone. I would like to comment on the draft phased reopening.
Okay, go ahead.
I think it's a well thought out plan. I know that we're being asked about the individuals. What are we basing that 14-day? What data are we going to use? So if we could clear that up. At one point we talked about zip codes, and I think we're going to have to stay with that zip code only because that's the data that we're given, and we can't kind of drill down on Flagstaff proper. That being said, I think also that we are a regional city, so everyone comes into the city, and I think using the zip codes will be appropriate. But just some additional thought on that before you finalize the report, I think.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Manager and Deputy City Manager, for your work on this. I just had a quick question. Have any of you, or I'm just wondering if leadership has seen that guiding document that the CDC put out that the White House didn't release but then leaked to the media? I think it's a 68-page document as guidelines for cities and towns to reopen.
Vice Mayor, thank you for that. I have not personally seen it. Others on leadership may have. I will share with you that we have looked at the generalized CDC guidelines and the staging plans coming out of Washington. We've also looked at the ICMA, that's the International City Managers Association. They have some very good sources on reentry plans, and we're looking at some of those models as well. And we've looked at other jurisdictions as well. We're trying we do not have to reinvent the wheel on this. There's a wealth of information out there, but on the other hand, we do want this to be tailored specifically to the city of Flagstaff and specifically to the directives that have been given to us by our mayor in collaboration with the council. So, and to Councilmember Whelan's comments, yes, I would echo her comments. She would there were efforts to try to have more specific data to this city to help us with those guidelines. But we are utilizing the information coming forward through our zip code and through information that is shared on a regular basis through the county at both the ops meetings in the morning and the Monday, Wednesday, and Friday noontime meetings. So I mention all that because the information is current and it is timely and it's giving us good guidance. But specific to your question, Vice Mayor, I have not read the 68-page document coming out of the CDC that you made reference to.
Okay, I have it open on my computer as a tab, as a thing to do, and I'll compare it to what we have, and I'll send it to you and Deputy City Manager Anderson, just in case you wanted to reference it at all. But I appreciate all your work and all the research that you have done to make this the best it can be. Thank you.
And it seems as if Ms. Anderson has indicated that they actually have reviewed that document, and so I'm going to go ahead and go to her for comment.
So, Vice Mayor, I wasn't sure if you were referencing the White House document called Opening Up America Again. That is a document that we actually looked at a few days ago and referenced it during our initial conversation about protocols. Has quite a
Deputy
bit
City
of...
Manager Anderson. Oh, I was just going to comment. I believe that document, I haven't read it, but I want to say it's like 8 pages long, and I heard about it. But I heard that the White House basically put the CDC 68-page document on the shelf and didn't release it to the public. But then they got leaked to the public, and I have a link to it. So I'm not too sure if you actually saw what I'm referencing. So I'll send that to you, and maybe you have.
Okay, sounds great. Thanks.
Thank you.
And Ms. Hanson, did you want to just add your comment for the record?
Yes, Mayor. I just wanted to let you know, Todd Medeska has been working to put together a small meeting so that we can go over the Arizona Restaurant Association guidelines as well, so that we can share that with our business partners. And City Manager Clifton is aware of that meeting as well.
Okay, well, I think this conversation is going to dovetail very nicely into the next agenda item, which is COVID-19 updates. This was the roundtable that was suggested that we have to chat about. And so, Council? Mr. Aslan?
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick item to discuss during this time. I'm looking for a resource that's easily accessible to us, which can show us how we're trending. We're keenly interested in making sure we have 14 days of decline in cases and deaths within the city. I realize how difficult it is to get resolution down to the city level from the county level. And that's not so much what I'm concerned about. I understand all the reasons why that's very difficult to do and why it would be inaccurate even if we tried. What I'd like to see is some sort of graphical representation day to day of what our cases are. When I go to the Coconino County dashboard, which is a great resource, it's a pretty static thing, and I don't see, it's not readily evident to me a way to compare today from yesterday and the day before, for example. Is so short of taking a screen grab every day and penciling in my own graph, I don't have a way to study the trend lines or to look at the slope of the graph. And I'm just wondering if that's out there somewhere and I'm missing it, or if that's something we can ask to be developed. There's a little tab here on the county dashboard that says change, but it's not clear to me at all what that's referring to. Positive change, negative change, change in cases, change in positive versus negative testing, change in deaths. It's completely, it's just this number that's floating there, and I don't know what it's in reference to. So just wondering if we can get some sort of graphical representation to us so that we can study that trend line as we're looking to reopen and get back to normal a little bit.
Ms. Whelan.
Thank you for that, council member. I think that's an important piece, and it's something the mayor and I were talking about. I did post just from May 1st to May 17th the kind of broader view of numbers, and just within that, for example, the positive cases from the 1st to the 17th, we've gone up 336 cases in the county. The state has gone up 5,983 cases. The deaths have gone up 19 deaths. In the state, 359 deaths since the 1st of this month. West Flag, we've added 47 cases. East Flag, we've added 64 cases in 17 days. The amazing bracket of 20-year-olds to 44-year-olds continues to go up. In 17 days, 159 more people were added to that bracket. So I agree with you. There needs to be a way to step back. And being the number person that I guess I am, I have this data listed out. And if we could just get someone to put it on graph form and then they can add to it each day, I think it would be a simple thing to do. But it's imperative that we not only have the numbers, but we get the picture and the visual. And I'd like some direction. Who can I give this information to? I would be happy to work with an individual to make sure this data is out and on our websites or on our Facebook, whatever the council thinks.
Councilmember, where did you post that, and where are you collecting that data from?
So I'm collecting it from the county's website.
And you're just tallying it up yourself?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
Because I'm kind of a visual person, and I need to be able to see this rather than just see a number. So I am tallying it up myself. It would be impactful if we did put it on on several graphs. But I did post it on my Facebook.
I see that the vice mayor has a comment, but I want to jump in real quick while we are talking about this and say that I too have a spreadsheet that I've been tracking, and I've seen the spreadsheet that Councilmember Whelan has posted, or the information, not the spreadsheet, but the information. I just want to make sure that we're all clear about something, right? So the county is tracking the information in the way that the county tracks the information. We have asked the county if they can boil it down to just the city limits of Flagstaff, but because of how the information comes in, it would be labor intensive for them to go back. They have to look at every single address because, 86001 through 86005 encompasses a very broad area. And so they don't track by address, they track by zip code. Additionally, another source of income that we can use is the Arizona State Department of Health and Human Services. You can go on their website, and they have it for the state. They have it county by county, and so you can find information there. I'm just very hesitant about the city of Flagstaff itself posting information that we come up with, for lack of a better word, because we are not the health authority. And so if we make a mistake on some graph that we as an organization post out there publicly, I'm not sure what the liability would be for that, whether or not we make a mistake one way or the other. Because again, we don't have jurisdiction when it comes to public health. And I'm not trying to defer the question. I'm not trying to say that we shouldn't be concerned about it. I have a whole report I want to give tonight about it. What I'm saying is that we need to refer people to the information sources where they can get the information, rather than us as a organization now taking that information and coming up with the graph or the picture that it is that we want to see. I also think that we just need to be more clear, and I know that we've been crystal clear. We've asked the county, we've asked the state, we've asked the governor for more information. And maybe that's what we should be encouraging all our constituents to also do, is say we need more information. We need information that we can understand, and we need the information broken down. But I just wanted to jump in real quick and just make that observation. I'm going to go to the vice mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few things to share. I wanted to bring up the idea again of a guiding document that we put together with the leadership at the city manager's office to help us channel funds as we move forward, and how to allocate those funds best to serve those in need the best we can. Tempe has a security plan that includes social distancing as a safety guideline for businesses. And I'm wondering if we could implement such a social distancing guideline into such a plan locally. So that's a question I have for staff that we can come back to. They also looked into implementing a mask policy, but didn't have the will to do that. So I wonder if that might be a way we can do similar things if we had council majority on board. Pima County has implemented a mask policy, but it's currently being challenged under the 1487. And so we'll find out, I think, in the coming week or so as to how that plays out. And I will keep you all posted if you don't see it yourselves. We all, I think, saw a bunch of photos on social media and also emails regarding local businesses and lack of social distancing. And I actually drove down to Sedona this past weekend to pick up a delivery and witnessed quite chaos along 89A heading down the hill, and especially in the downtown Sedona area, just tons of people very close to one another, almost no one wearing a mask. And it was just very, very concerning how the public is kind of going back to a state of normal without any kind of, mask or social distancing. And the truth is it's difficult, right? I've been in a number of situations myself where I've been with someone and I've had to, feel really awkward about trying to place myself further away from that individual or try to ask them delicately to wear a mask. And so it's very challenging on the public because it's not part of our culture or human nature to do that. But I think as policy leaders, we have a role to do that. And so I'd like to empower us to do as much as we can. We got an email about closing down downtown streets to allow for patio seating and outdoor shopping. And I was going to see if Terry Medeska from DBA would be interested. I know that I've talked to her about that before in the past, before COVID, and the whole idea of closing down Aspen, for example, at times. And, if businesses are allowed to be open, we might as well allow them to spread out if possible, if it makes sense to allow for social distancing and people to stay outside versus going indoors in crammed spaces. And then, I also saw a comment, I forget where it came from, regarding senior shopping hours, and that some seniors very much rely on these hours to get their produce and do their shopping early in the morning while they believe it's still a safer time to shop themselves. So I know we don't have any jurisdiction over, grocery stores and such, but I wonder if we can encourage, maybe through a public statement, that the senior shopping hours continue for these individuals. And then, obviously, we got a lot of emails regarding the farmers market and baseball in town, the Little League. And I just wanted to mention, I did read a bunch of different articles regarding farmers markets opening up across the nation. And the one in San Diego was fairly impressive with how strictly they were handling this with their guidelines and their signage and requiring, only counting the number of people that are in the market, all sorts of different rules. They had someone at the front, ambassadors with 6-foot poles showing what 6-foot distancing looks like and going over the new rules before people went in. And so things like that, I'd like to see if folks are looking for permits in our community, whether it's for sporting events or events like the farmers market. I think that there might be a way to review the permit if they submit a plan to maintain social distancing and really a robust plan that makes sense and adds up. I'd be curious and open to that. That's it for me for now, Mayor. Thank you.
Ms. Whelan, and then let's go to the city attorney first so we can just clear that question. And then let's go to Ms. Whelan, followed by Ms. Hanson.
Thanks, Mayor. Vice Mayor, I appreciate your question about the Tempe's social distancing guideline that they established. You were right. That was based on a security plan that they have. That is actually something that the city of Flagstaff does not have. And for that reason, without getting into all the legal advice side of it, I can just let you know that we would not be able to establish a social distancing guideline of our own, and I would not recommend that. We don't have that security plan in place by ordinance like Tempe does, and we had looked at that a long time ago and did not do so.
Interesting. Is there a way to implement such a security plan, or is that too complicated?
We actually looked at Tempe's security plan that they established in 2014 by ordinance, and it was one that, due to the amount of staffing and labor-intensive nature of it, the city of Flagstaff opted not to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Whelan?
Mayor, if I could I, was that Ms. Hanson that would like to speak first?
Sure.
Okay.
Mayor,
go ahead.
Thank you, Councilmember Whelan. I just wanted to let you know what we are able to do through Discover Flagstaff is we've made it very well. It's on everything that we use for promotion. Of course, when people were hearing that the Grand Canyon was going to be opening back up and that there was going to be different hours of operation and that was going to change from this past weekend to this coming Memorial Day weekend, we're keeping up to date on that and making sure that's over our websites as well as our other monuments. And as we heard that other people our businesses were opening up and some weren't and some are, and how they're doing it, we made sure that we worked with the city manager and our Downtown Business Alliance, as well as some of our other stakeholders, to let them know that we're messaging the following. And so on our print and digital, you will see that it will say, please adhere to required CDC healthcare travel guidelines, business recommendation and hours, and fire restrictions. Stay, play, distance, and wear a mask responsibly. And so that's what we're sharing on anything that goes outward and inward. So it goes to our locals as well as our visitors. And we have to do this in accordance to the fact that monuments are opening, businesses have opened, and we're trying to let them know how we'd like them to behave when they're in Flagstaff. But one thing we haven't said is it is required, because not all businesses are requiring it, nor was the governor. And so we are asking them to look at business recommendations. So if there is a business that's saying, I will not have you come into my business if you're not wearing a mask, that they hopefully know ahead of time what to expect.
Thank you, Heidi. I appreciate what you're doing in that. I know that we had spoken about that idea of outward, like the vice mayor had said, putting more tables out, so especially in the square, so people can take their food or whatever and have a place to sit. And I'm sure you're working on that, Vice Mayor. I appreciate what you have to say, and I agree. If what we need to look at is a security plan or whatever, at least to ask Mr. Solomon to begin to once again look through those things, I would support that. It's very clear that when I go downtown, the majority of people do not have masks on, and that concerns me for them and for me. So I was also wondering, could we use those signs that that say, you're entering Flagstaff, please wear a mask, or please social distance? And I understand that they're requests, but if we all give out the same message that this is important to consider others' well-being. Also, that idea of not only elders shopping, but those individuals who have who are at risk should be able to shop. Now, why the heck you have us going into the grocery stores at 6 a.m. is beyond me. But, those are the kinds of things I think we really need to consider. We need to come out strong and make the request to retail. And, all we can do is ask. All we can do is ask.
I want to go back to Ms. Hanson and ask Ms. Hanson, there's been the comment about the tables downtown and Terry with DBA. Can you please talk about the conversation that's been had with the Downtown Business Alliance regarding that?
Yes, Mayor. So we've had ongoing meetings with city staff and Terry, the director of the DBA, about some ideas that she's had for the downtown, which goes to what Councilmember Whelan was talking about with adding more tables and chairs. So we are, Terry has shared today with Rebecca Sayers, Lori Pappas, Eliza Kretzman, and I, that she has been looking at some tables and chairs and looking at what could be supported for Heritage Square. And so she's going to be sending those ideas to us so that we can look those over with the city manager. And then she's also talked about different ways that businesses could do more dining outside of their establishment. And what was asked of Terry was to reach out to all the businesses that would affect and see what the real plan or what the real need is. Once she does that, she can bring it back to our core team, which did include fire and PD, parks, and Discover Flagstaff and some other groups. So for us to look at what their desire is, we had to have a larger conversation to make sure that if they were looking at trying to close down a street, for instance, that we had fire access, that we have to look at people and their liquor licenses and things like that. So the conversations that you've been hearing or the desires that you've been having inquiries on have all been discussed in a meeting that we held last week. And now some of this is in Terry's court to reach out to the businesses and to get back to us for the conversation. But the conversation is ongoing, and we are intending to add hopefully some tables and chairs, maybe even with umbrellas in the Heritage Square, so that people can be outside, not in closed proximities, and to make sure that it still has social distancing elements. And I'm not sure if Rebecca Sayers is still on the line, but if she is, she might want to add something that I've forgotten.
Hi, everyone. This is Rebecca. I am still on the line, but I don't have anything to add. Thank you, Heidi.
Okay. Ms. Whelan, did you have a follow-up comment?
No, I don't think I did, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other comments from council, so I would like to go ahead and just step in and give.
I have one, Mayor. Sorry. I did have a serious comment.
Okay, because I was like, I didn't consider any of that going on serious, but Mr. Aslan?
I know you don't want to call on me. That's okay. No, I just wanted to mention that just real briefly, this idea of opening up the streets for restaurants has definitely occurred independently at least a couple times. This is the first I'm hearing about it from Vice Mayor Shimoni, but I had a conversation with Terry earlier this week, and that's when she informed me that she's already been working on this for a while. And so it seems like brilliant minds think alike. And there's a lot going on here, and I think independently several different council members are trying to figure out the best way to make sure that our restaurants are getting the numbers they need of people seated so that they can make money and run their business, but also while we're trying to be safe, and we've got to realize there's a lot of logistical momentum that impedes some of these new brilliant ideas that we have, and at the same time, I do think that we are afforded an opportunity to think outside the box with a pandemic like this. And to the extent that we're able to come up with some creative solutions that work for many of our businesses, that would be wonderful. Personally, I think it's wonderful to partner with the Downtown Business Alliance, but when I think about restaurants on our streets, I like to think a little bit more broadly. I'd love to see 2nd Street opened up, La Fonda's able to serve folks out on their curb. The list goes on and on. So there's different parts of town where we could employ something like this. But once the DBA has a plan in place or a proposal, at least that gives us something to work with and a benchmark, and we can sort of bat that around once it exists. And I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Thank you, Mr. Aslan. City Manager, can you talk or speak to the comment that was made by the Vice Mayor about the farmers market?
Which comment was that? I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
Regarding access to the farmers market, we had a conversation. There was a statement made, and you were preparing a statement that we could actually put on Facebook.
Yes, that statement is in progress. I'll be working with Jessica on that tomorrow.
Did you want to elaborate anything on it?
Yeah, Madam Mayor and Council, the basis of the statement is simply to illustrate the city's consistency in not permitting events or activities that create large congregations of people on city properties. I realize that we were just having a discussion about possible measures downtown involving public seating, but that is actually toward the promotion of social distancing and the reduction of high-density congregations of crowds in places. So we've seen this come up in a number of instances, that some of which have been referenced tonight. Organized sports on city baseball fields and facilities. The farmers market are examples. Earlier, I made reference in my report to a parade for the graduates. Well, that parade is a vehicular parade, and it's being performed in a part of town on 4th Street where social distancing, first of all, it will be performed entirely within vehicles, so social distancing will be respected. And there's probably other illustrations of this. These are the points that we will try to make in our statement that will go out, is that permits are being denied where it results in a high congregation of people in one spot. Permits are being considered where it's toward the promotion of social distancing when that can be effectuated. Does that help, Madam Mayor?
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Okay, I don't see any other comments from council, so I would like to go ahead and give my my remarks for this section, my mayor's COVID-19 weekly update. I appreciate Councilmember Whelan talking about the numbers and just the whole conversation we had about the numbers. Last week, which was the 12th of May, the city of Flagstaff had a total of 122 COVID-19 cases. And in Coconino County, there had been 57 deaths. So as of today, the date of this meeting, the city of Flagstaff has 185 cases. So we have an increase of 63 cases, and the county has 65 deaths. So we have an increase of 8 deaths. The majority of cases in Coconino County, 40%, are people between the ages of 20 and 44 years of age. 44% of the cases that we are seeing are the individuals in that age group. You know, last week we talked about the fact that the governor had rescinded his 2020-18 and 2020-24 executive order and had issued executive order 2020-33. And when he did that, he suggested that Arizonans should follow the CDC guidelines and practice social distancing. So, for example, he said if you're not feeling well, if you're a member of an at-risk group, if you have cancer, asthma, or over the age of 65, etc., you can stay home. We see that it's apparently one of the growing at-risk groups are individuals between the ages of 20 and 44 years of age. So as of May 15th, we opened with these suggestions. I want to talk about what has happened since May 15th. So with his Executive Order 2033, he increased his preemption language in Section 7. And he was very specific to say that cities and towns can't do anything that conflicts with or is in addition to his executive order or any other executive order that he has proclaimed. Now, Pima County, which is Arizona's second biggest county, they went ahead and they adopted several specific policies in an attempt to address the issue of COVID-19, the increase of COVID-19 in their county. They did this through proclamation, and very specifically, they wanted to require restaurants operate at no more than a 50% indoor capacity. They wanted employees to be checked for symptoms, and when possible, they wanted restaurants to post online logs of regular cleanings. They also said that they wanted individuals to wear masks. So in response to that, last Thursday, Representative Bob Thorpe, who does not represent any part of Pima County, announced that he was going to be seeking an opinion from the Arizona Attorney General's office on the constitutionality of the rules that they enacted. Later that day, 3 other legislators announced the filing of a 1487 claim with the AG's office against Pima County supervisors. The reason why I bring this up is because we have received numerous emails in the past week requesting that the city do something about the businesses that are not actively encouraging social distancing. I want to again point out that we have been preempted when it comes to this field of things to do, and we've been preempted in that. And I think it's really important that we start talking to our citizens about emailing and calling the governor's office, because the governor has taken the power away from us locally to address these types of issues. Again, he has suggested that CDC guidelines be followed, but he has not required that. So let's talk about running Arizona like a business. Leadership in Arizona has talked a lot about government needing to be run like a business and about the fact that Arizona needs to get back to business. So most of you know I have an MBA and my undergraduate is in business management. So I decided to stop and take a look at what some of the big businesses and corporations are doing in response to COVID-19. And here's what I found. Cold Stone Creamery. Cold Stone Creamery, according to their corporation's website, they are following the guidelines provided by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, to keep their customers and their employees safe and healthy. Major League Baseball, which is a $10.7 billion industry with just over 25,000 employees. They presented a 67-page proposal to the players last Friday that details a plan to return in mid-July. Harkins Theater, they're a $55.1 million company. They are projected to open their theaters in July. And when you go to their website, they refer you to the CDC website. And as of Monday, Disney Parks has shared official guidelines and plans for how it plans to reopen the Disney Springs location at Walt Disney World Resort. This plan talks only about Disney Springs. There's no official mention of Disney World Resort opening in full. I didn't even know there was a Disney Springs, but I guess it's a smaller section. Details for their reopening include face coverings that will be required for people who are 3 years of age or older. These face masks and coverings will be required during the entire time you are at Disney Springs, except for when you're eating. Temperature screenings will be required when guests first arrive. Any guest with a temperature of 100.4 degrees or higher will be asked to be retested. If you receive a second check at 110.4 degrees or higher, you will not be allowed in the park. The amount of guests will be limited. In fact, all of the businesses that I researched were either clear that they had implemented and were following rules and regulations that align with the CDC guidelines. They were not operating by any type of suggestion, and quite frankly, hope did not seem to be a strategy for them. Hope that people would follow recommendations. Or in the case of Major League Baseball, they actually had a plan that they shared with their shareholders to look at and tweak. I wish that the citizens of Arizona were considered shareholders and that we would be allowed to look at the plan that we are following, if indeed there is one. I also had the opportunity to talk with several people over the past week about the issues that they are experiencing with the state's unemployment program. Now, there are people who have been trying to get through to talk to somebody for weeks, not days, but weeks. There are people who have waited on line for hours, not minutes, but hours, trying to get help. The state's unemployment office is open Monday through Friday from 8 to 5 p.m. There is no way that this is going to address the amount of people who have been laid off due to this pandemic. The unemployment call center needs to be extended. They need to be open extended hours. I get that the state has hired 100 more people, but that is obviously not enough. If we were going to take a play from a business playbook, Walmart is open 24/7 for a reason. I have a question. What business do you know would stay in business with customer service such as the state is providing to the citizens who live here? Now, let's go ahead and talk about the State House. They are definitely back at work this week, our state representatives, and their top priority, what they have said is their top priority, is enacting a measure that will shield businesses that reopen from lawsuits, protecting them from being financially responsible if workers or members of the public are infected. The draft bill that is circulating also removes criminal penalties for businesses that ignore emergency virus orders that the governor has issued. So, for example, the city down south that opened up before the order was lifted and where the sheriff decided that he was not going to issue citations. It also bars the state from suspending or revoking business licenses for violations. The violations of the orders, most of which have been allowed to expire, are a misdemeanor, and they carry a potential 6-month jail term and a $5,000 fine. In fact, one of the representatives stated on Saturday that they're going to knock that fine down to $100, if not get rid of it altogether. So our state representatives are back at work, and they're working hard on a law that would prevent workers and customers from suing. But they're not working on any types of laws that outline basic parameters as to how businesses should operate within this pandemic, i.e. masks, temperature checks, locations, things like that. So let's go on to the federal government. This is tied directly to the current COVID-19 relief bill that is being vetted at the federal level. One of the points that is being discussed is the mandate that if states pass these types of bills if they are to accept any additional COVID-19 relief money. Additionally, at the federal level, there is a discussion as to whether or not cities and towns of under 5,000 should get direct relief. So here in the state of Arizona, 3 cities got direct relief: Phoenix, Arizona, Tucson, Arizona, and I believe Mesa, Arizona. So I had the opportunity to speak directly with Senator McSally about this 2 weeks ago when we packed food boxes with volunteers at the Church of the Nations. The money that we are requesting is not to pay old bills, and I was very clear when I told her that. Rather, it's revenue replacement because we have a reduction of sales tax. We still need to continue to pay police, fire personnel, fix roads, parks and recreation, and things like that. You know, the idea that is currently being floated at the federal government is that the monies will trickle down to us from the 3 cities in Arizona that got direct allocations.
That is ridiculous. We do not send Phoenix, Tucson, or I think Mesa a request for money every year. That is not how any of this works. Something that is making us getting our fair share of the COVID-19 relief monies even more difficult is the fact that we have several Arizona state senators and representatives, including those in LD6, where the city of Flagstaff is based, signed on to a letter that was sent to the federal government, urging the federal government not to provide funding to states and towns that are coping with the economic consequences of COVID-19. They sent a letter to the federal government saying not to give cities and towns that are coping with the economic consequences of COVID-19 any money. They did this even though Arizona as a state has a projected budget deficit of more than $1 billion. So, in closing, I would like to say there have been business owners on social media talking about how they are being treated when they ask customers to put on a free mask that the business is providing prior to coming in. They're talking about how they've been treated. They're talking about what people have said to them, and they're saddened by that. There have been business owners in Sedona that have posted on social media how they are being treated and ridiculous and made to feel ridiculous because they are asking people to put on a mask to protect themselves and their employees. I'm saddened by that. We all have received emails about business owners, one in particular here in Flagstaff in the downtown area, that is not attempting to adhere to CDC guidelines at all. And in fact, this individual seems to be flaunting the fact that they know that there will be no consequences for their behavior. So I want to encourage all the residents in the city of Flagstaff to wear a mask when they're out in areas of high public contact. Again, you are not wearing a mask to protect yourself. You're wearing a mask as a way to protect others in our community. When we look at what our soldiers do on the front line, and we look at what our hospital staff and our doctors and those individuals are doing on the front line, it seems like the very least we could do is wear a mask. If that is the only thing that we are called on to do is to put on a mask when we are in the middle of a lot of people, that seems to be really easy compared to some of the other jobs that people have. Because this is about our community and about us doing our part. It's about the community good. And also, I would encourage you to support the businesses, that are also working to address the issue of COVID-19 spread in our community, to actively support those businesses with your dollars and let them know that you support them, you're wearing your mask, and you support the fact that they are giving out free masks and asking their customers to wear those. So, that is my COVID-19 mayoral report for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
So we are going to go ahead. Thank you. We are going to go ahead and move on to item number 13. This is informational items and reports from council, staff, and future agenda item requests. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and start with Mr. Adler tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a fair item request.
Mr. Adler.
I'm getting a little feedback there. So I mentioned this last week, I think. I had a conversation with our city attorney to ask him to look into strategies that the city could employ in order to improve absentee ballot voting as we get into the future. And I know that he is still doing some research and looking into a few things. But in the interest of the timeliness of this, I think I would like to pull the trigger on an actual fair item request for council to discuss potential strategies to improve absentee early voting for city residents. I think there's a lot of different strategies we could look at simply to encourage people to apply and to register for early ballots. And I think we should have a conversation about how to do that. Just a couple examples that won't even affect our budgetary constraints and considerations. Reminding people that they have the right to apply to vote by mail at the bottom of their water bill and be doing that on a monthly basis from here on out. Councilmember Whelan already mentioned employing our electric street signs to remind people to wear masks if they come into our community. I think we could also use those signs to encourage folks to go ahead and register to vote by mail. And so whatever we end up doing, I think there could be a lot of conversations around that and a lot of creativity employed. But I would like to get the ball rolling on having that conversation. And if I may even be so bold, I would like to consider expediting that fair item request, given the time frame we're working in. Our city clerk mentioned earlier that it's already too late to get something on the ballot right now in terms of our BB&B tax. And I think that's just a good segue into the conversation about making sure that we're facing this in a timely manner. And by the way, you know, while we do have 2 elections coming up at the end of 2020, this is a consideration which I think should be in everyone's mind on a longer term basis. We've entered a new paradigm here with this pandemic that's unfolding, and the effects of it are going to be with us for a long time. The safety considerations which predicate this whole conversation at all, and also the issues of ballot equal access to ballots and the equitability of voting as a social justice measure aren't going to go away just because we eventually have a vaccine for COVID-19. So this is a short-term, urgent conversation, but it's also a matter for long-term discussion down the road.
Thank you so much, Mr. Aslan. I'm going to go to the city clerk next.
Thanks, Mayor. And I just wanted to add, just really quick, some of the things that the county and my office has been doing in preparation for the upcoming August election, kind of understanding some of the challenges that we are facing with social distancing. I can share with you that the county is really struggling to find appropriate locations for polling places. And so we worked together to put some messaging into our pamphlets, and the county is also doing some outreach to, utilizing their voter rolls and such to encourage folks to vote by mail and to request ballots and to be put on that permanent early voting list. So we're providing some information on how they can do that, what the deadlines are associated with that. Just because we're in a public forum and I live and breathe elections right now, the last day to request an early ballot to be mailed to somebody would be July 24th.
Is that for the August election?
That is for the August election, yes. So that information is, I'm not sure if it's been uploaded to our website yet, but will be very shortly. And we are, again, it's been a concerted effort with my office as well as the county to really try to push that messaging, because they would really like to see more folks vote by mail. And just a caveat is, many people vote by mail, and it's really something that we want to encourage more folks to take advantage of. And so we're also seeing this as an opportunity to really push that messaging a little harder. So I welcome the conversation, but I just wanted to share a little bit about what we are doing right now to try to promote that behavior.
Wonderful, Stacy. And Madam Mayor, if I may just respond to that very quickly before the city attorney weighs in. That's wonderful to hear. I'm glad there's already some momentum on that, and all the more reason for us as a council body to weigh in and find ways to be synergistic and to take this to the next level. I did forget to mention that one of the major concerns about all this is the ability to actually carry out an election. We have poll workers that their safety is at risk as well, and their safety considerations need to be factored in. I know at the county level, and Stacy, I'm sure you could speak to this as well, but folks are nervous about showing up to the polls on voting day, and that includes poll workers. So anything we can do to really encourage and hit the gas on getting people registered to vote absentee or vote early by mail is going to be have benefits for the entire community, not just voters, but also poll workers, et cetera.
Absolutely. Those are all things that we discussed and considered.
City Attorney.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Aslan. You know, when you first brought this to me, it was as a result of seeing in another jurisdiction, another part of the country, where early ballots were able to be mailed out to everyone. It was just copious, and it was done that way. Unfortunately, without getting into the detail and the legal analysis here, Arizona law doesn't allow for that. And we've had a county recorder try to do that in the state and has been slapped down pretty hard for doing so. That said, it doesn't mean that the city, the county could not encourage people to request early ballots. And, that research that I've started in that direction, there is a message that can be sent, as individual council members, as a council body, to encourage people to request early ballots. There is no problem with that.
So is this something that is most appropriate as a fair item request and the opportunity to expedite it? How do we, I'll leave that to you, Mayor.
I'm going to ask the city manager, is fair request the best way to go?
Madam Mayor, Council, I think it would be nice to resolve the issue without it having to require a fair item, but we can go ahead and put it in the queue, and maybe the hope is we can have advisements coming from legal counsel to the city council prior to that fair item and maybe dispense with the need for it, but we can still go ahead and get it on the working calendar as such.
Sounds good.
Okay, let's do it that way. Okay, let's go to Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to back up Mr. Aslan, I think anything we can do, putting notices on water bills or whatever to encourage people to get early ballots would be great. I just had one quick question. When people go to our city website and they want to they click on the thing where they can send to make a comment on an agenda item or public comment. Does it say there that it's a 3-minute rule or because, if people write something really long, then we have to cut it off. My question is there a warning there saying, please limit your comments to 3 minutes?
Councilmember McCarthy, I do believe that there is a statement on there that the comments are limited to 3 minutes. Okay. But I'm happy to double check and make sure that that is.
Yeah, if you double check that, I'd appreciate it. That's all I have for tonight, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank Alexandra for sending out an email concerning the Han development that we started getting emails on, because I believe there was some confusion among my colleagues concerning what development that was. So I want to thank her and giving us a little background information concerning that development. I just want to say one item concerning ADOT and funding for ADOT for the state of Arizona. ADOT just had a meeting, as my colleagues know, because we had a discussion concerning a project there on Route 66 concerning the Rio de Flag. But ADOT gave a presentation concerning what their projections are for loss of funding for the next 3 years. They are projecting a $711 million loss in revenue in the next 3 years, which is pretty significant when it gets close to $1 billion of lost revenue in just a 3-year time period. What that equates to what ADOT has proposed is postponing the I-17 expansion flex freeway from Anthem to Sunset Point. And with postponement, they are looking at giving back $90 million infra grant they received for that project. So with loss of revenue and with the talk of giving back a $90 million grant is pretty significant. They're also talking about giving back a $25 million Tiger grant because of loss of revenue that they will not be able to come up with to do a project where they received a $25 million Tiger grant. So that puts more importance to the residents of Flagstaff and recognizing that we as a community, we've done this many times where we had to produce local dollars and where we had to come up with local dollars to fund projects. The citizens back in 2018 passed Proposition 419 to bring local dollars to do projects here in the city of Flagstaff. We as a citizens have passed the FWPP, where we provided local dollars to spend on state and federal lands to protect our community from flooding, wildfires of that nature. So it's more imperative as we go in the future when we talk about having to provide local funding and asking the community whether it's a priority to provide dollars so they can do projects and see what the community wants and to protect our community, it becomes imperative. When projects get lost in other parts of the state, there was no local dollars. And that's why projects will be dying here in the next several years. So just want to thank the residents of Flagstaff for prioritizing that we as a community have to find it important to provide local dollars to see what we want to get done for our community where state or federal government cannot do. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Salas?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just look forward to an update from our Flagstaff task force that Ms. Hansen mentioned earlier. So that's being spearheaded by Mr. Jeff Hall from the Lower Observatory, and of course our Discover Flagstaff and Economic Vitality is involved, as well as the major attractions in Flagstaff, like the museum, the museum, I'm trying to recall the list, but it's a group of the attractions in Flagstaff, along with CCC, NAU, FUSD, DBA, the Downtown Business Alliance, and of course, I think Steve Finch from the Lodging, Restaurant, Tourism Association is part of that steering committee as well. So just keep posted on some update. And then I also just want to express my gratitude and send everyone big hearts. Thank you for everything you do for our city and for each other. You know, I think this is still a difficult time for a lot of us trying to survive and, you know, trying to live in the different circumstances right now. Just sending a lot of love and compassion, and, you know, be patient with each other, observe with, you know, good faith and hope, you know, in lifting restrictions gradually. We keep, you know, the dangers and risk in mind. And So just be kind to everyone. And I miss everyone's faces. You know, if at all possible in the next meeting, if we could just show our faces quick second, yeah, that would be really wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salas. Ms. Whelan.
Oh, yes, Mayor. I have nothing tonight. It has just been a pleasure to sit with all of you on this meeting, and staff, thank you. You all are fantastic. And we're going to do this. We're going to do this together, and it is an honor. Thank you.
We have Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I don't have much to add either, other than just expressing gratitude to all of you on the council, and Mayor, to you, and to our city manager, deputy city managers, and all of city staff for all the great work that you all are doing to help us move forward safely during this unprecedented time, and all of our community partners as well. I mean, I think that Flagstaff has really risen to this situation that we're in. And I have nothing but gratitude for everyone's collaboration in this effort. Thank you very much, and have a good night, everybody. Good meeting today.
Thank you so much. City Manager, did you have anything else that you wanted to add?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a clarification to an earlier discussion. If it wasn't entirely clear in the course of that discussion, I'll try to make it clear now that our farmers market is open and operating. They have online store hours with pickup service on Sundays here at City Hall. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just have two really quick things. The first one is to remind everybody that it is census time, and our census is now back in full swing. And just to remind everyone, if you have not taken the census, you can go to 2020census.gov and take the census. I took it when I first got my notice. It literally took me about 3 minutes, and I could do it on my cell phone. Now more than ever, it is important that everybody be counted. You see that we were talking about finances and monies today, and the monies for the next 10 years are going to be allocated based off the amount of people that are in the cities and towns. So the federal dollars. So it's very, very important that we be counted. And then lastly, I just wanted to recognize Memorial Day, which will be on Monday. Things will be different this Memorial Day, given the social distancing that we are all mindful about. But just to be aware that it is Memorial Day weekend. Monday is Memorial Day, and that we need to still practice as much as possible our social distancing and wear our masks. So with that, if there is nothing else, I would go ahead and adjourn. Thank you.
Thank you.